I mean, he can do things with one limb that people can't do with two, you know? He's at a one-of-a-kind level. There's just guys just don't play like that. But what he did is, you know, he made us feel comfortable. Oh, it was just like, wow, that
Bot
was so
Rix has
cool.
correctly
Like,
joined the
we
channel.
had a really strong awareness of what each one of us was playing.
Alright, today I'm checking out LSD Part Cipriano's isolated drum track in Gangan style. This should be pretty good. His drum sounds so good. What was that?
Thank you.
Look at his control, it's insane. What? This guy is too good. This is insane. Like, not only is he crushing these drums, but like he's doing all of these stick tricks. I don't get how people can play like that. It's insane. It's so effortless. Yeah, he's just smiling with it too. There with the stick trick again, man. That is insane. Dude is just dirty with it. What do you think so far? By the way, make sure to like and subscribe. What in the world? My God. The guy's speed is unreal. Oh my God. I don't even know what to say. I don't know. Let me know your thoughts. This guy is insane. He's probably the best I've ever seen. He is the best I've ever seen. Make sure to like and subscribe, and of course, I'll see you in the next one.
Let's hear it for the fabulous Clippers. The new coach, Doc Rivers. The Clippers have never won a championship. Ever. We are going to win this year, and it will change your life. Look at you. Is that a varsity?
Are you trading DeAndre Jordan?
Excuse me? This is my assistant, B.
Mr. Sterling's right hand. We have a Ferrari. Oh, hi, Mrs. Sterling.
I love my calendar, girl.
It's the ride of the king.
Yo, bro, I have to do. I'm sorry. Wait, these ones on like 120.
Well, the season just started, right?
Where would you like to fly to? Be careful.
2-6. I prefer that playstyle more than anyways. Damn. Ooh.
Hello. Be careful.
Good tidings. Aye.
I don't know, will it?
Yo, what's up guys? So we all know PvP in Season of Discovery is in a pretty bad spot right now. The meta is extremely bursty, the balance between casters and melee is very, very off in my opinion. As a melee player, you have to run to your target. A lot of the time you'll lose half your health or just die to casters before you even get to them in a matter of just a few seconds. Don't get me wrong, something like a good melee hunter or shaman can burst someone down, but the balance just doesn't feel right. It just feels very off, and we don't really have that like vanilla WoW PvP chess style combat that we all know and love, where you're trying to read your opponent and counterplay off of them. There's none of that. It's just a DPS race on who can do the most damage to the other person in a matter of like 1 to 2, maybe 3 to 5 seconds at most if someone gets a heal off. But it's just not like vanilla WoW PvP, and we need it to feel more like that. So Blizzard has addressed the Season of Discovery PvP issue, and we're going to go over that blue post today. This post was made on April 23rd, 2024. It is currently April 25th, 2024 on Thursday, and this update is going live tomorrow on Friday, April 26th at approximately 10 a.m. Let's hop right into it. Hello, classic PvPers. This coming weekend, we will test an adjustment to player versus player combat in Season of Discovery. We will implement a global damage reduction aura on PvP combat between players and player-controlled pets and other units. So they are basically adding a flat resilience buff into the game for PvP-specific damage. Because the burst is so high, I think this is one of the better options they can implement in. I don't think adding more health to players would solve any problems. I've heard people mention that before. I do think reducing damage is overall the best option. Now it's just how much damage reduction will be applied, and you have to account for things like armor. Melee players have to swing into armor, whereas casters have little to no resistances against their casts. I feel like casters are still going to be hitting much harder, but we will see how this ends up going in the test run. When we started Season of Discovery, we knew that PvP would become significantly more fast-paced and bursty, with each class being capable of significantly more damage output, and this quickly proved to be true. We experimented with a damage reduction aura in Battlegrounds during Phase 1, but it didn't work as well as we hoped, mostly because healing was scaling more aggressively than damage at that point, causing healing classes to become significantly more oppressive in Battlegrounds than they normally would be. Now that we're in Phase 3, we've made many changes and added more runes, and burst damage has significantly outpaced healing output, so we feel that
Just buy a case. I'll send you $40 right now.
Dude, I'm not gonna. If I get it tomorrow, I'm not gonna be able to go back up there till probably Wednesday or Thursday.
It's fine. Case should last.
You know, it makes it great. I'm drinking one every like 3 or 4 days.
No.
it's a good time to try this again. I do think burst damage is important in Season of Discovery. People play vanilla PvP for a reason. The time to kill is fast, but at the same time, there's a lot of dynamic to the PvP. With things like grenades, engineering, and utilizing your class toolkit to outplay other classes. They need to find that sweet spot where it's bursty, but not too bursty, but it also doesn't feel like retail PvP where people just aren't dying and it takes forever to kill people, because that's just not fun. That's why classic players play classic PvP and not retail PvP. Damage scaling and its impact on PvP has always been a concern in World of Warcraft. Even since original WoW, various systems have been introduced to counteract this to varying levels of success. But ultimately, it always comes down to the fact that player damage outscales player health at a base level, and an adjustment is needed for combat between players to continue to feel satisfying as player power increases. We've been hesitant to introduce this as a permanent feature, and we prefer to give it a trial run this weekend to get an idea of how it feels before we take further steps. Please note, this aura will affect all areas of the game world, not just Battlegrounds. That does make a lot of sense. I mean, look at every expansion after vanilla. They all have some sort of damage reduction, and it helps the balance of the game for PvP. I think that there's way too much damage in Season of Discovery right now, and I really think resilience of some sort is the answer. And I don't really like the idea of resilience on gear in vanilla WoW, so I think making it some sort of aura or player versus player damage is the way to go, so they don't really have to fuck with the gear too much. I think that's probably the way to go for balancing. And I don't think it'll really feel that bad. We'll see how it feels, but I think it'll actually make the game better, honestly, overall. We encourage you to get out into the world or in Battlegrounds in PvP this weekend and let us know how it feels. We're prepared to do some tuning to make it the most effective, so your feedback will be very helpful. We currently plan to enable the aura on all Season of Discovery realms on Friday, April 26th at approximately 10 a.m. and it will be disabled 4 days later, so that Tuesday I believe, during scheduled weekly maintenance in each region. We look forward to your feedback. Thank you. It's honestly nice to see Blizzard actually kind of take some time to like look at PvP and hopefully balance it a little bit, because like I literally only play this game for the PvP. I love the world PvP. I just love the vanilla WoW PvP in general. It's just really fun to me. So I really hope that they are able to fix it and make it better, because the PvP scene is like kind of taking a hit right now. A lot of people just aren't playing because the PvP is so bad. But yeah, I'm definitely going to be playing all this weekend. Probably going to be streaming it tomorrow, which will be Friday. But yeah, it's going to be sick. If you enjoyed this video, like and subscribe. Helps the channel out a lot. Comment down below and tell me your thoughts on the new PvP damage reduction tests that they're doing. And that's pretty much it. That's all I got for the video. Peace.
World of Warcraft Looking for Group documentary. I have never seen this in my life. Yeah, it's a perfect day to watch this too, because no raid, it's not a Tuesday, it's not a week, it's literally perfect. 4.7 million views 9 years ago. I don't know how I missed this one. Apparently Bashir is in here too. This should be a really good watch. Rated T for T. I never watched the WoW movie before. Jeez. World of Warcraft looking for
We will never be slaves!
That's so loud. Is this spoilers for the movie, man? I haven't seen it, man. A spoiler warning, jeez.
But we will be conquerors.
Bro, it would be kind of cool to be in a movie theater with a bunch of WoW players. Like, if you guys have ever been to BlizzCon, what's really cool is when you're walking around, you know that every single person that you see pretty much has played World of Warcraft at some point. You're walking around the Hilton lobby. And
We don't need to kill that shit, man.
It's too far away.
Never mind, maybe we do.
I'm out of range. I need to get closer. That's I can't cast that yet. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. That's still recharging. I don't have a target. That's fair. Still recharging. I can't cast that yet. That's still That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. It's too far away.
Oh, just came back in time for that shit.
I'm out of range. Isn't ready.
Dude, what the fuck, man?
I can't cancel it. That spell isn't ready.
Would go first wide receiver off the board, despite some conversation that Rome Odunze was going to be the best. That Malik Neighbors was gaining traction as the top receiver. I know he's the #1 player on your board overall, Lance Zierlein. But for the Arizona Cardinals, this fits a bill that they have been looking for since Larry Fitzgerald retired or left the organization.
Well, he's bigger than Malik Neighbors. He's going to be more polished as a route runner than Rome Odunze. What you have with Marvin Harrison Jr. is a ready-made product.
It's too
I mean, you take the packaging off of your Oculus or whatever video you're breaking, you take the package off and it's good to go. And I think from day one, he's going to be somebody who's around out. He's going to be somebody who can win contested catches for Kyler Murray. He needs that DeAndre Hopkins, that D-Hop type of wide receiver out there. And the thing that I like about Marvin Harrison Jr. is he can work all three levels as well. So there's really nothing that he can't do. He is a rock solid player. He's a player to me. So this pick, I'm really glad that Honey Osborne didn't get cute and try to trade back, because at some point, don't pass up on great players.
Don't pass players over picks in this one.
Yeah, players over picks. And going all the way back, the match with this franchise made a lot of sense because, to me, Marvin Harrison Jr. was very similar to Larry Fitzgerald when Larry Fitzgerald was coming out, meaning he was a pro's pro from day one. Polished route runner, great ball skills and pass catching ability, just has an ability to man the position like a #1. He is everything that you look for in a wide receiver one, and I think he's going to have a lot of success at the next level.
Yeah, he's clearly catch something that we saw often in Columbus. I mean, look at the smoothness at the top of the routes, and that's where that craft as in Ray Buck.
He has it. And when you have a dad that is a gold jacket guy, just imagine what those conversations have been like since he was little. This is his first time playing the game. He has all of that stuff. And I think the advantage that he may have on others, when he steps into the NFL facility, it won't be too big for him. He knows what he's stepping into. That matters.
I've kind of said it. He's got a lot of that smoothness and body control that we saw from his dad, but in a much bigger frame. I had a chance to watch him twice in person. First time I saw him in person, he made arguably the greatest catch I've ever seen in a college football game, and it was on like an out route or an out-breaking route on the sideline where he got like the foot you wouldn't expect to come down inbounds, just inbounds. I didn't believe it when I saw it. It was so ridiculous. But those are the types of plays that he made week in and week out in Columbus there for the Buckeyes. And I mean, just an absolute stud of a player. You know, you talk to people inside their building and they're like, he is a worker like you wouldn't believe. He's not involved. In fact, I mean, his dad was saying you need to get in there and compete for the ball more. That's not his style. He's not the diva.
No, that's not his style. And you know, I heard the knocking against him that Malik Neighbors has that dog. Marvin Harrison Jr. doesn't have as much dog. But the problem is that I have with that is just go watch the tape and just go look at the production. With C.J. Stroud, he had X production, which was exceptional. Yeah. With a much lesser quarterback this year, he had like very similar production. And
1,200 yards, 14 touchdowns, almost exact.
Exactly. And you talk a lot about, well, this guy needs a better quarterback. Didn't matter who the quarterback is, he's just productive. He lost he had 120 and 118 yards against Jim Harbaugh. They're both on, but both of them. That just goes to show that
you better believe that. And he has thus far. So look forward to seeing what Marvin Harrison can do in Arizona. There's Drake May, got the selfie stick out, hanging out with Patriots fans live in Detroit. And when we come back here on Draft Center presented by FedEx, the LA Chargers in the first pick of the Harbaugh era.
It's too far away. I need to get closer.
Draft Center presented by FedEx. Brooks and Lance Zierlein. Last pick off the board, Marvin Harrison, first wide receiver, first non-quarterback off the board. He's headed to Arizona to team up with Kyler Murray. And Kyler Murray sent out the tweet earlier today, said, got a feeling today's going to be great. The vibes are immaculate. He knew Marvin Harrison was about to become an Arizona Cardinal, and now...
Gi? What's the gi on there for?
Yeah,
the karate gi?
I'm not 100% sure.
Oh, he always does that.
He does
Like,
always do that.
He's just in the end zone.
I got you.
Cross applesauce in the end zone.
Sure. Speaking of which, meditation man, J.J. McCarthy could be the next quarterback off the board. Not sure where he is headed, but we know that his former collegiate head coach is now guiding the LA Chargers, the team whose pick is in at number 5. Again, another potential trade destination is sticking and picking there at number 5.
Late intel was that Minnesota couldn't find a trade partner, which meant the Giants were going to sit tight and they weren't going to do anything. So I think what's interesting here is we projected all these trades, and then at the end of the day, I think a lot of teams decided they weren't going to play chicken. They were just going to sit tight, or they were going to maybe, and say, look, we're not going to give you what you think you want in this draft. And I think it's going to really alter, obviously, the landscape of where the next quarterback goes, because McCarthy's not going here. But to talk about the Chargers for a second. So you guys, right, with Jim Harbaugh, he's at the Raiders.
Right.
How do you think
and look,
that's quick.
I mean, Jim told us, right? He told us at the annual league meeting. I think an offensive line is paramount. Okay, I'm inclined to take you at your word at this point, Jim Harbaugh, based on the fact you had 2 and 3 of the best offensive lines in college football the last 3 years. So let's see if that's the way they go, as Commissioner Roger Goodell.
With the fifth pick, 2024 NFL Draft, Los Angeles Chargers select Joe Hall, tackle, Notre Dame.
All right, so Joe Hall is the first offensive lineman off the board here. Lance Zierlein, he is the chalk of the O-line group. We had talked about him as kind of that wire-to-wire number 1. There was some late J.C. Latham love on the streets there, but it is Alt going to the Chargers.
It is Alt. Alt is an extremely safe player when you look at the pedigree. His dad was an NFL tackle. He's got size. He's got athleticism. The length, as you mentioned here, as you see right there, range. What they mean by range is the ability to set out and go catch those speed rushers. What's really, I think, also impressive about him is for a taller center, or taller tackle, he does a nice job of getting the pad level down and driving from his core. So a lot of times with taller tackles, they have a hard time getting the pad level down. They tend to get stood up as run blockers. He's a Notre Dame run blocker, meaning they get after it and they get the pad level down. And Joe Alt is one of the safer picks in this draft. And I think, what basically you're saying right now with the Chargers is we're going to beat you up front, and then we're going to let our quarterback have maybe a little easier. We're not going to make him carry all the load from now on.
This was the most transparent pick that we could ever.
Yes.
I mean, this was the telegram from the thing. I mean, Jim Harbaugh takes over. He's always utilized the offensive line to really set the foundation for his rebuilding projects. He did it at Stanford. He did it again with the 49ers. And he did it with Michigan, winning the national title. There's no way that he was going to deviate from the formula that's been so successful for him. He goes to get the now go to Rashawn Slater. They now rebuilt this offensive line. Game very close to Justin Herbert. They will run the football. They're going to lean on their franchise's superstar quarterback to just make plays when they need him to make plays instead of just draining everything out of them. The Chargers are on their way to building a bully because he believes that bully ball works, and based on his track record, he certainly has a lot of success doing it that way.
And with that, it is time for our salute to service presented by USAA. Joe Alt comes from a proud military family. Grandfather on his mother's side, Roger Rosemar, served back in the 1950s. And his father's dad, Robert Alt, also served. His dad, John Alt, played in the NFL. And he is one of now 2 bloodlines that we've seen come across here in the first 5 picks. Talked about Marvin Harrison Jr., son of Hall of Famer Marvin Harrison Sr. Now Joe Alt, son of John Alt, is headed to the NFL and playing with the LA Chargers. And the biggest is already in now for the New York Giants at number 6. So again, another potential trade possibility off the board at this point.
So the Giants, you know, the scuttlebutt here has been that the Giants were a Drake May team.
Yeah.
And they may not be in with J.J. McCarthy. So I know J.J. McCarthy makes a lot of sense here. But we'll see if the intel that's coming from the scouting circles has something to it. Because now you could look at another board as a tackle. You look at J.C. Latham. I don't know how to pass up on a wide receiver. A lot of people
You're number one player on the board. This is right here.
Malik Neighbors is, but I've heard some talk about Rome Odunze that they may consider him the cleaner prospect, the guy who they feel like would be great in the locker room. I'm not passing on a wide receiver. If I'm the Giants, I need to go get a playmaker with Daniel Jones to be my quarterback of the future, which I doubt, or whoever else. I should have a guy who's better.
They've been searching for number one wide receiver since they traded OBJ to Cleveland.
But also remember that so they had they're trying to get that doesn't work out. So normally strike out a couple different ways. You try and go the opposite. To me, that might make Rome Odunze the pick in terms of just like kind of buttoned up, clean and square, professional, multiple positions that he can play on that offense. He might be the pick for Malik Neighbors.
It's a big year. Obviously had this tremendous success in year one with Brian Dable. Go into Minnesota, win a playoff game, and then fall off the bus after Daniel Jones struggled at the outset, then gets the ACL injury, still working his way back there. Let's see if that is the pick to continue to support Daniel Jones in their quest to get back to the postseason, get back to relevancy in the NFC East. Certainly another hotly competitive division, as it always is. So the pick for the New York Giants at number 6 is ready to be announced.
With the 6th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Malik Neighbors, wide receiver, LSU.
So guys, after all the talk of drama and chaos, this has been pretty chalky here at their 6th pick.
It really is, and I think this is this guy's so talented. I mean, his gliding speed, he's got incredible speed, but the way he glides on the field truly sets him apart because it disguises his incredible speed. I think what we have here, what we're looking at right now, is a player that there could be a little lower ceiling of floor with him because he's not as polished as Marvin Harrison Jr. But what pushed him just past Marvin Harrison Jr. in my ratings, Bucky, was the fact that he has elite speed, elite competitiveness, and there's not a lot of things he doesn't do well. What I really love, he can work the slot. And I think that is a big weapon to work the X, the Z, the slot. He can work any of those wide receiver spots.
Dog. Great
One
dog.
more.
He has all the competitive fire and the instincts that you're looking for in an elite playmaker. When you turn on the tape and you watch him, he can run every route in the book. He's terrific with the ball in his hands as a run-after-catch guy. And he just has this ability to turn his game up a notch when he needs to. The comparison I like to DJ Moore is real, but this is a big-time playmaker, one that'll make the game easy for Daniel Jones because he can turn those short passes into big games.
Sure, and as Lance, as you were saying, put him in the slot, man. They ran that slot fade to death. Down in Death Valley at LSU, and he was so successful on it. Man, put the ball in his hands, watch him. There it is, the slot fade. Just shows up. Oh, gosh.
Like that?
Again and again.
You like that? Let me tell you something. When he gives you that little nod and go, you're done. It's a wrap. Because if you misstep on anything that he shows you, and he can tilt corners too. That's one of the things I really like about him is the polish isn't quite there as a route runner. Hasn't needed to be. They run in space a lot at LSU. But man, when you see what he's able to do with the hips, the feet, the suddenness, the burst, his ability to accelerate from 0 to 60 is almost instantaneous. And that's something to that's another slide. You're going to see a lot of it. But really so much more effective from the slot. But he can work outside. Another factor that I really think goes really under-discussed with Malik Neighbors, just talking about his speed and such, but he's a competitive contested catch. He is going to body you up, put you on his hip, get the arm extension, and he's going to go get it. You talk about dog, Bucky. The dog stuff shows up when it's a 50-50. And he's got that dog in 50-50.
Yeah, no question. And look, I mean, we're talking about a guy who is consistently productive. Led FBS with over 120 receiving yards per game out there for Jaden Daniels and the Tigers this year. And we see his buddy Ryan Thomas's name come off the board in short order as well. So there we are through 6 picks, and we only have 8 players left in the green room. In Detroit, 5 of the first 6 have come live from Detroit. It's been chalk thus far. Is that the way things continue with the Tennessee Titans? Now on the clock at number 7. Is it offensive lineman for Rand Cardon and new head coach Brian Callahan when we come back?
Please be fucking careful, bro.
Draft Center presented by FedEx, back here with you as we await the Tennessee Titans pick at number 7. Last player off the board, Malik Neighbors, second wide receiver to come out of the green room and across the stage as the newest member now, though, of the New York Giants. Getting their wide receiver 1 for Daniel Jones. If that remains the case, welcome back, everybody. Rhett Lewis, Bucky Brooks, Lance Zerline. Glad to be here with you on one of our favorite nights of the year. You've seen the celebrations thus far. You've seen the emotion thus far. But what we've really seen thus far is chalk. This is the way that we've talked about this thing going in some way, shape, the last couple of weeks at least. Caleb Williams 1, Jaden Daniels 2, Drake May 3, and then Bucky Brooks. We get the 3 position players: Marvin Harrison, first wide receiver; Joe Alt, first offensive lineman to the Chargers; Jim Harbaugh, and then Malik Neighbors as the new wide receiver 1 for the Giants. So what does that mean the Titans are looking at here at 7?
The draft starts now because this is the only team that we couldn't get a full beat on how they were going to go. They bring Bill Callahan over, offensive line guru, but does that mean they need to take one high because he's been able to do it with lesser talents throughout his career? It sounds like really all he's doing is not get hot. He a young wide receiver. Trying to deal with Traylon Burks a couple years ago. So now, do they go and get a physical player like Roman Doomsday to put in an 11 personnel package? Down shooting on one side, Johnny Hopkins on the other, Roman Doomsday bouncing around. It could, but they don't all in that Will Levis.
Yeah.
You get a wide receiver now, you are really putting all the support around that.
If it's offensive lineman Lance, who do you think fits with Bill Callahan?
Well, I think Tracy Layton still needs to grow up. Being two guys, that's why.
What about a guy with talent that's a bit raw still in Olu fashion? Could that be the pick here at 7?
A little too early. That's still a little too early.
There you go. So an offensive lineman rich draft. We see one come here. Or do we get the third wide receiver, or does the pick come out of left field? Right now, we've got Roger Goodell walking out of his tunnel, getting ready to announce the next pick who will walk out or get a shot from home. See where they are celebrating. Let's head to the draft hall.
With the 7th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, Tennessee Titans select J.C. Latham, tackle, Alabama.
All right, you had it there.
Well, I mean, Brock,
yeah,
he's got rare size. He's got, according to the people at Alabama, the greatest lean mass numbers that they've ever had for an offensive lineman. I believe that may include DJ Fluker, who is an absolute freak show. J.C. Latham is incredibly powerful. When you watch him on tape, though, that does not prevent him from getting out in pass setting. But we'll get to his exos in a second. I think what this does for Tennessee is this is a team that has been built on the running game for years and years, from Chris Jones, even when VY was there, you go to Derrick Henry for years and years, and that is who they are. And if you ask Will Levis to do too much, I think it will regress on you. If you protect him with a running game and with pass protection, which he can do both, I think you're in good shape. And the thing I love about him, Bucky, and you know this from being in locker rooms or in the front office, he can play right tackle, but if things don't go well, he's got potential at a guard spot.
He absolutely does. I think, to me, this is Rand Carthon putting his stamp on the team. You know Rand pretty well. I've been watching Rand throughout his time. He is still going to play football, even though they're one of the better back in the
big takeoff. There it is. Our first monster hug of the
night. In a position to have success. They got a big guy. They can play that snatch and all football. They want to play. Built that on that. Dorsey's pick. They see Latham is good. Just because the offensive line coach said, hey, we want to make sure it's dominating.
Second offensive lineman off the board is J.C. Latham, who has really been making, it seems like, a push, at least through draft buzz in the last couple of days and couple of weeks. So much so we thought he might end up being the first one off the board. What do we love about it here, Lance?
What we love about it is he's got strong hands now. When he gets his hands on you, you're probably not getting away once he sinks in. I like the fact that he can anchor up. You see him get wide with the base, unlock the hips, the knees, the ankles. He has the ability, as you saw right there, to deal with spin moves, passes off twists. So a lot of the stuff we do in the passing game, but I think the run game is where he shines. And this is why he's my number one tackle on the board. Is he's in the lead run block
play right here.
He is a mauler. He stays after. He didn't get you one time. He wanted to go get you 2 times. He's got the attitude to let you know that he is there to win time in and time out. And I think he is a good enough pass protector. I think Aldridge may be a little safer as a pass protector, but I think Latham is just as good. I talked to some other offensive line coaches who had Latham just ahead of Vaughn, but it's close. I mean, they're both excellent tackles. And good news for you, if you need a tackle, this is a great draft. But Ret, having only one more pick on day 2 in the second round, I think that really, when you look at where the tackles are going to go here and how much talent at wide receiver is available in the second round, yeah, it makes more sense to play it this way.
Offensive line value better now, whereas receiver value much better than offensive line value top of round 2.
Without question.
Probably part of the calculus here as well. Falcons pick is in here, Bucky Brooks. Could we be talking about the first defensive player off the board?
We should be talking about the first defensive player of the board. I think we've talked about it for so long that it'd be an edge player. They can get an edge rusher, edge rusher, edge rusher. But there's something about Raheem Morris spending time watching Aaron Donald dominate as a 3 technique, as an interior player. Maybe this is a place where Byron Murphy is the surprise pick that comes off much sooner than some expected. But when you think about the Atlanta Falcons and their interior pressure, they've been at their best when they had a guy like Grady Jarrett being able to do it. So maybe this leads them to think inside before outside, and maybe it's the guy from Texas that comes off the board.
There's been a lot of buzz about the Rams maybe trying to come up and go get the defensive tackle. That's some of the buzz that I heard.
Pick is in here.
And at 8, if the pick is in, you know, They need defensive tackle Byron Murphy. They need a pass rusher, Dallas Turner, but they could also use a wide receiver. When you look at the wide receiver room, and I don't know if Drake London really has that separation talent you really need for a guy like Kirk Cousins. I think Rome Odunze would be a terrific fit, but can you go another
4
skill
straight
position
years?
guy?
No way.
You can't do it, right?
You can't do it. There's no way, like, you can't take another wide receiver.
Well, now look, they did go get Rondale Moore via trade from the Cardinals. Speed there, playmaker there. Got Darnell Mooney from the Bears in free agency.
They can't take it. They can't take another. I mean,
hey,
it's video game football if they take another wide receiver.
I mean, Kirk would love it.
They're in with Kirk.
Look, if you want to go all in on Kirk Cousins, I mean,
I'm with Bucky though. I think the odds are you can't do that, and you got to go to the defensive side. And I think we see Byron Murphy or potentially. I mean, Byron Murphy or potentially Dallas Turner here. Could they surprise us and look at a tackle? I don't think so. Yeah, but
oh, you mean offensive tackle?
Yeah, could they look at an offensive lineman here? I really thought this would be a potential trade-in pick because I expect teams to come after those tackles at some point. But Byron Murphy's one of one. He's the only defensive tackle that is going to be a 3-down explosive playmaker in this first round. And that's why I think that he could be the pick here because it would make sense for Raheem Morris. Guess where he came from? The Rams.
The Rams, yes.
And guess who he had? Aaron Donald.
And so let's go back out to Detroit now and check in with Commissioner Roger Goodell as we await the Falcons pick and see if that does get that first defensive player off the board. Turner has been the most popular name throughout the draft process associated with the Falcons, but Murphy has been gaining steam late. Is that the direction the Falcons go?
With the 8th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Michael Penix Jr., quarterback, Washington.
Let's go!
What?
Let's go!
Check out the Fam Cam presented by Icy Hot. Michael Penix is an Atlanta Falcon. My goodness, the surprise of the draft. Without question, the 4th quarterback off the board to a team nobody expected to take a QB. Have at it, Buck.
So no one expected him to take a QB in the top 10. Thought about maybe in the second round, but Michael Penix Jr. in Atlanta. You're thinking about Kirk Cousins. You think about the firepower and weapons that Atlanta Falcons have. You need a big-time playmaker, someone that can throw the ball down the field. There's no one better in the draft at throwing the deep ball than Michael Penix.
Let's go.
And when we go back and we look at the playoffs, when we watched it versus Texas, we were talking about this dude being an absolute deal.
Yeah.
Surgical precision, the way he carved them up. Didn't have the same kind of game in Michigan. I feel like that impacted the way that people viewed him. But when you look at the tape, super clean, pushing the ball down the field, pocket awareness, anticipation, timing. He has all of that. And if you want someone who can operate from the pocket, Michael Penix was your dude. So it's early for some, but it certainly makes sense if you love the quarterback that can deal from
Look
the
at my
pocket.
guy outside the pocket, too. He makes some good movements within the pocket, showed you some athleticism in his pro day to put some of those injury concerns to rest. Dude ran 4.4, okay, at his pro day. And then, boy, he was absolutely surgical throughout his career at Washington. Had a phenomenal connection with Kalen DeBoer, his offensive staff there with the Huskies, even going back to his Indiana days, and now is franchise QB in waiting for the Atlanta Falcons. And this is a guy who's 24 years old, or 23 years old.
I'm trying to figure out what we're doing.
What do we talk to me, Lance? What are we doing?
I'm trying to figure out what we're doing here. Well, we got Kirk Cousins, and we just paid him, so we know we've got minimum 2 years and maybe 3 years from Kirk Cousins. Coming off his injury, we'll see. Michael Penix is going to have to sit. I know this is the Aaron Rodgers, Jordan Love mode, where you can sit for a couple years, and I understand that. This isn't a 21-year-old quarterback. It's a 23-year-old who's going to turn 24.
September 1st.
Yeah, on September 1st. So he'll be a 24-year-old who's going to sit a couple of years and be a 26-year-old, 27-year-old by the time he starts. Just a very puzzling pick. Now, I like the player. The player himself, as Bucky mentioned, one of the best that you're going to find at pushing the intermediate and deep balls, just as Bucky mentioned. His game against Texas, I was there scouting him at that Sugar Bowl. It was, without question, the best game that I saw a quarterback have all year long in college football.
Maybe even going back a year or two as well. I mean, that was pretty dang special.
I mean, it was the placement.
Yeah.
The precision was incredible, was immaculate. Now, when you watch tape, you expect to see it all the time, and you don't. and you see sometime he'll throw the ball up and really go and let his 3 wide receivers, who are all outstanding, go make plays. He doesn't take sacks, which O-line coaches are going to absolutely love. Does have some problems when he gets outside of the pocket, though, throwing completions. That's a little bit of concern. But what Michael Penix has is 6 years of starting experience, 4 at Indiana, which all of them ended season-ending injuries, 2 at Washington, where he had no injuries, and he's faced adversity, Bucky. So the adversity, check. Productivity, check. Arm talent, check. A lot of check marks. I just question why Atlanta's doing that at this spot. Very puzzling.
And did they alert Kirk Cousins to the fact when he was signing there with Atlanta?
He knows now.
Correct. Fastest 4 quarterbacks have come off the board in the common draft era. Previous fastest was in the Josh Rosen draft when he ended up going 10th overall to the Cardinals as the 4th quarterback off the board. So it has been a banner night for the QBs. And now the Chicago Bears are set to make their 2nd pick here in the top 10. Ranked 9 overall to see who they will pair with Caleb Williams, who they made their 1st overall pick in this draft. And with that, we are set to head back out live to Detroit for hundreds of thousands. Just got the surprise of the evening with Penix off the board. What do the Bears have in store for an encore? Roger Goodell once strides to the podium once again.
With the 9th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Rome Odunze, wide receiver, Washington.
Okay, we're back to chalk, guys. We're back. The train is back on the tracks here momentarily. Again, you take your quarterback at number 1 overall in Caleb Williams, and the next pick, one way or another, should be about supporting the ultimate success of that young quarterback. This does that. Rome Odunze now pairs with DJ Moore, Keenan Allen, arguably one of the best wide receiver trio in football.
So what I love about it is he fits the profile that they have on the black cat. Playmaker expands the strike zone for the quarterback, and he has interchangeability, meaning he can play every position on the perimeter. So it allows Shane Waldron to kind of figure out how he wants to configure the lineup to make the game easy for Caleb Williams. And when we think about Keenan Allen being there, but how long is Keenan Allen really going to be there? A year or 2?
Yeah.
It now allows Rome Odunze to start out as an apprentice before he takes over as the real deal. I kind of like what the Chicago Bears are doing with their first couple picks.
Tell you what's really underrated here, Keenan Allen, known as one of the great route runners coming into the league, and then as he's been in the league, Rome Odunze, one of the areas of improvement is really fine-tuning the routes. But the footwork, when he wants to, he's outstanding. It's just doing it on a consistent basis. It's learning to play to his top speed. But when you look at Keenan Allen, he's a guy who is able to play faster than his time speed. The thing with Rome Odunze I really love is he can work from every position, including the slot. When the ball goes up, it turns into about an 80-20. He has amazing body control in the air. You'll always see the arm extension and going to snatch the ball with strong hands outside of his frame. Right there, he showed you a little double move. He's got better speed than you think because he doesn't always play to that top speed. That's what I saw right there. That little whip route shows the ability to become a more refined route runner, in my opinion. But the ball tracking, the winning the ball, when the ball goes up, he can win contested catches underneath. He can take the slant and go and give you some yardage out of the slot, or he can just beat you down the field, which is something that we saw a lot from Michael Penix, his quarterback, is, hey, throw it up to Rome and let Rome go do something with it. And Rome usually did something with it.
So how about the most prolific quarterback wide receiver duo in college football over the course of the last 2 seasons, going back-to-back picks? Penix at 8 to the Falcons, and now Odunze at 9, whose new quarterback shared a fight with Detroit with him. Good news is, no souls perished. And Odunze and Williams now land the plane in Chicago to begin a new era of football for the Bears. And this is fun to me if I'm a Chicago Bears fan. This sells hope. This sells optimism, and an offense now chock full of firepower. Bucky Brooks is how they're going to get it done on the field after plenty of years of mediocrity on that side of the ball.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of optimism, a lot of hope, and you should be excited about the playmakers that you have around the young quarterback.
Bro, that's actually the slowest. Wait,
now,
what?
There's a lot of expectation. There will be a lot of pressure on Caleb Williams to hit the ground running, but this team should be ready to go. I like what they've assembled. I like how they put it together. Now, if the offensive line can continue to take another step forward, this should be a team that can put points on the board.
Guys, we got to trade. The Minnesota Vikings look like they are now on the clock with the pick in. Thank you, Ian Rappaport. Yes. So
SoD
here it is.
squeezed them.
They're making sure they get
McCarthy.
J.J. McCarthy before the Broncos try to go up.
SoD squeezed them a
Called
little
them
bit.
like, hey, Broncos are coming.
Oh my gosh,
Broncos
you never
are coming.
believe who's calling.
Hold on, wait, what's Sean?
Yeah.
Sean, oh, hey,
Hold on.
I need to go.
You take Sean's call. You take the Raiders' call.
Whoa, they just went up. They went up on pick. Not, they got an extra pick.
Oh,
hey.
Probably get you a fourth.
Hey, Quessy, I'm just telling you. Yeah.
He could have played. He could have played possum there if you wanted to. Quessy could have, but this will be J.J. McCarthy, and it will make a lot of sense because J.J. McCarthy in this offense, and we'll get into that, assuming they make that pick. But I think Minnesota. This is a lesson to a lot of fans who just say trade up, go, hit the gas, all in. Man, what a masterful job by Minnesota of just being patient and letting the draft come to them. They've got the 23rd pick still. Yep. They moved up one spot, and they're going to get one of the quarterbacks that they targeted. Yep. This is how you run a draft.
And we will see if it is, in fact, quarterback on the other side when we come back to Detroit. It has been a draft full of quarterbacks thus far. It went Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Drake May, and then Michael Penix in the surprise of the night so far, 8 to the Falcons. Now
The
could it
problem
be J.J.
is I
McCarthy
haven't
to the
watched
Vikings, who move up one spot
any
to close out the
college
top 10?
football in
When we
years,
come back.
so I have no idea how good these players are. About to get this damn rune.
Okay, so it took to the final pick of the top 10 as we welcome you back on Draft Center presented by FedEx to get our first trade of the night. It is a one-spot move up by the Minnesota Vikings. To do so, they swapped the first-round picks. Jets get 11. And so what goes to the New York Jets in terms of actual compensation, a 4th and 5th round pick, And then the Jets also send a 6th to the Vikings for the right to have the 10th pick for Minnesota, which we expect to be the 5th quarterback off the board after Penix went 8 to the Falcons. Is this, in fact, J.J. McCarthy? Does the national champion quarterback with just 1 loss in his collegiate career as a starter head to Minnesota to pair with Kevin O'Connell? We've got a special announcement of this pick from Roger Goodell, live from the draft hall in Detroit.
To help make the Minnesota Vikings selection, we are honored to have with us the surviving mother, brothers, and nephew of fallen hero, United States Army Sergeant Zachary Ewing. Zachary died after a battle with cancer, a cancer that was discovered after he was injured during his 2nd deployment to Iraq. We salute him and thank his family and TAPS, the Tragedy Assistance Program for Survivors, which offers care to those grieving the loss of a military loved one. I'm now going to turn this over to Sergeant Ewing's nephew, Asher, who will announce the pick in honor of his uncle.
With the 10th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select
J.J. McCarthy,
quarterback, Michigan.
Great announcement there. Great emotional moment on the stage and inside the home of J.J. McCarthy, who is the new quarterback of the Minnesota Vikings. After all, it just took a little patience from Kevin O'Connell, Kwesi Adofo-Mensah, and the Vikings personnel crew to sit there. And then finally, you know what? We're getting a little antsy. Let's make sure we get McCarthy after we let Kirk Cousins walk, Lancer.
Where you go matters, right? So had he gone to New England, that's a tough rebuild. Cold weather, tough rebuild, tough division. You could go to the Giants. That's a tough rebuild as well. He goes to Kevin O'Connell's offense. This is tailor-made. And the thing that really stands out about J.J. McCarthy, you got to start with intangibles. Teams love the fact he was 63-3, dating all the way back to high school and through college. He has been a winner. And when I say winner, it's not to be taken lightly because he's got great command and confidence on the field. He takes every slight, puts it in his little memory box, and he goes out and tries to get you back for that. He can run the ball outside of the pocket, so he has that ability. He has the ability to really throw with anticipation in the middle of the field. I think he's a quarterback who does a really nice job of throwing on the run, incredibly accurate on rollout passes, and that could be some old school Mike Shanahan, Gary Kubiak boot action stuff under center because he has played in a pro style offense there in Michigan. So I think this is the perfect pick for the Minnesota Vikings. Of all the quarterbacks, I think this one makes sense. And for J.J. McCarthy, frankly, from a fit standpoint, with Jay Jett out there at wide receiver, I don't know that it could be better, that you could have just picked a quarterback-needy team better than the Minnesota Vikings.
Really like the pick, and I like the pick because Kevin O'Connell routinely sets his quarterbacks up for success. And with Sam Darnold there, there's not the rush necessarily to put J.J. McCarthy on the field right away. This is an opportunity for them to fully build the offense around him. And Lance, what I liked about what you talked about, his winning intangibles and attributes, we see it time and time again. This dude is a big-time playmaker. He made the plays that were needed to make it. But when your team is up and blowing everyone out, you're not going to compile a lot of gaudy stats. He just knows how to get the team to the winner's circle that matters in this league.
It is not a lack of elite plays. It is a lack of volume of elite plays, and that is not of McCarthy's choosing or his own fault. It is the way they played offense, and he was an expert at running the offense, guided the Michigan Wolverines to the top of the mountain in college football. And he is the 5th quarterback taken. That is the first time 5 quarterbacks have gone in the top 10 in the common draft era. What has been missing from the top 10? Defense. We have set a new record for consecutive offensive players to start a draft. And with every pick that defense doesn't go, that record gets reset. And the top 2 players left on your top 300 right now? Jared Verse. Dallas Turner. Is that at all a consideration for the New York Jets? Or do they take the third offensive tackle, who are on the clock right now? Pick is in for the Jets. Or is it Brock Bowers' time? Bucky Brooks, what do you think?
I think it's Brock Bowers' time.
Yeah.
I think it's Brock Bowers' time because when you look at where the Jets are, they're in win-now mode. You get a big-time playmaker over the middle of the field to go with the weapons that they've already assembled. It makes a lot of sense. Aaron Rodgers is coming back. You want to give him easy completions to allow him to really challenge the entire field. It makes sense to me to put Brock Bowers on the lineup.
Two aging tackles in free agency.
Yeah.
Is that where this goes?
I don't know. This is a hard one for me because Bowers gives you that all-in type of immediacy for Aaron Rodgers, and yet how long is Aaron Rodgers going to be there? Because Morgan Moses is going to be 34 this year on the right side, and Teron Smith's not getting younger on the left side. And
hadn't played a full season
Talisi
forever.
Fuaga could step in and be maybe a starter this year at right tackle. So tough call here.
Yeah, and is it Fuaga? Is there a chance they prefer Troy Fautanu from Washington?
Right,
like
yeah.
there's a lot of possibilities there, but Brock Bowers, man, what an intrigue that would be for Aaron Rodgers with Garrett Wilson on one side, Mike Williams when he gets healthy on the other. Here's Roger Goodell.
With the 11th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Olu Fashanu, tackle, Penn State.
Position, wrong player, right?
There it is. There it is. So Olu Fashanu from Penn State is the third offensive lineman off the board, following Joe Alt and J.C. Latham. And here he goes to the New York Jets. And look, you can't argue the need, Lance.
No, the need is there, and now the question becomes, do they play him right away at maybe a guard spot? But I don't really see it. I mean, you got Vera Tucker, you got John Simpson you brought over. This feels like you let him compete maybe against Morgan Moses on the right side, but probably most importantly, you let him learn from Tyron Smith over there. And I kind of like that. I like the fact that he gets to mentor with a guy like Tyron Smith on the left side, provided Tyron's going to provide that leadership, because I don't think Fashanu is ready just yet. I think there's still some. I think there's still
I love that audio. That's awesome.
There's still some holes in his game, but man, from a trait standpoint and an athleticism standpoint, there's a lot to like about Fashanu.
Yeah, a lot. I mean, like super long, athletic. He has all the traits that you look for in a prototypical left tackle. Hasn't put it all together, but man, the upside is tremendous. And the New York Jets offer a unique situation where they don't need him to start right away. He can sit and learn behind some established vets who've had a lot of success in this league. Nice way to enter him into the league.
21 years old. If he'd come out last year, he might have been the first tackle off the board. We had that conversation. He decides to go back to Penn State, and now he is still the 11th overall pick in the third offensive lineman off the board in the 2024 NFL Draft. So the Denver Broncos are now up next. Where does Sean Payton go when we come back? Welcome back. Draft Center presented by FedEx, back here with you. The surprise of the night, Michael Penix, fourth quarterback off the board for the Atlanta Falcons at 8. Do the Broncos go quarterback, make it 6 quarterbacks off the board in the first 12 after J.J. McCarthy went 10. And then Olu Fashanu, the third offensive lineman off the board to the Jets after that quick. I just saw Davis Webb, the quarterback coach, give a high five.
He looked very excited. So I don't know if he's excited about the weapon or if he's excited about the quarterback.
Well, obviously, look, if it's a quarterback, it's Bo Nix. There's nobody left. But Brock Bowers would be really interesting there.
I feel like Nix is actually a good fit for Sean Payton. He's got kind of the, get it in, get it out. We're going to be very controlled, boom, boom, boom. But I'm not sure I'm taking Bo Nix at 12 when you have Brock Bowers.
Can't pass. But if you want him, if you want him, you can't pass.
Can't do that. We're in a different hustle right now. Like all the quarterbacks are going, you can't worry about it. If you like him, you got to take him.
Lucky, let me ask you something. Give me your favorite 6th quarterback in the draft.
Yeah, I mean,
that's ever been drafted. Was Marino 6? Maybe I don't.
Matter of necessity. But last time we had 6, 3 of them went to the Hall of Fame.
You draft hungry. You go shopping hungry. Look what happens. You get all this stuff in your. You spend too much in your cart. I don't know. I don't love the idea of Bo Nix here. It is a need, and I think Bo Nix had a good season. But
mock drafts would be interesting.
Red had you had 5 or 6 in the first.
I said 6 were going. This would be really interesting. But look, we just threw up the receptions by a tight end. It has not been pretty for
but somebody has to throw to him.
That's true.
Do we not play defense anymore? Do we not play defense?
This is how America likes it.
Well, we
play all offense.
Can't score points.
You can't score points in fantasy with defensive players.
That's a good point. Except the really nerdy ones.
This is a real big moment of this draft, right? A real pivotal decision point for the Denver Broncos at this point. Do we get that first defensive player off the board? We are already in record territory. It has never taken this long to get a defender off the board for the first time. Tight end, certainly a possibility. Here's Roger Goodell.
With the 12th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Bo Nix, quarterback, Oregon.
Well, now you know why the quarterback coach in the draft room was getting very excited. He's got his new quarterback. It is Bo Nix. Bucky, take us through why he's appealing to Sean Payton.
Bo Nix is appealing because when you look at the Drew Brees prototype, Bo Nix kind of feels it when it comes to an experienced player, really accurate on the intermediate range, connects the dots, does an excellent job of getting the ball to the playmakers. And the experience matters. The experience of being able to understand coverage, we had a lot thrown at him. He's worked through that. Lance, we've talked about it also. The adversity. He had to work through some adversity at Auburn to now make his way to Oregon and to dominate when he played in Pacific Northwest. To me, it makes a lot of sense for Sean Payton because this is an experienced playmaker with the athleticism and the arm talent to execute his system.
So Bo Nix is really pretty slept on with the season that he had this year. He had a terrific season at Oregon, and one of the things that stands out about what Bo Nix, and love seeing the celebration here, boy, it's got to be earlier than anyone anticipated in terms of 6 quarterbacks going. But Bo Nix, to me, from a tape standpoint, it goes number 1, Jaden Daniels, number 2, Bo Nix for this year. That's how much I like this tape.
45 touchdowns and 3 picks.
If you like a 45-3 quarterback touchdown to interception ratio. But the thing about Bo Nix that really stands out to me is you saw some of it with the exos there that we showed you. His pinpoint accuracy, he is a very accurate passer, much more so than I ever expected to see. Look, I went into watching this tape and I remembered Auburn Bo Nix. And I said, am I going to see Auburn Bo Nix? What I saw was a guy with much more poise. I saw really pinpoint accuracy. You see some arm talent in these throws. He can get it out at some difficult arm angles. And Bo Nix, in terms of the A to B throws, getting the ball where it needs to be on time and getting it there accurately with good placement, there's no question that's something he really shines at. I think at the Senior Bowl, I saw the happy feet a little bit. I didn't think he had as much juice in the arm at the Combine as what I thought I saw on tape. So that was something that made me question it a little bit. But I don't know that and I don't know that you need it as much though with Sean Payton because Sean Payton's passing game, Bucky, really helps him out in that regard.
If we use the Drew Brees model, it was very dink and dunk-esque the last few years with the Saints, and so he can control the game like that. But don't underestimate his football IQ, and don't underestimate the relationship with Davis Webb. Davis Webb was an Elite 11 counselor, may have had some experience going all the way back to his time mentoring Bo Nix when Bo Nix was coming through. Those relationships matter. And being able to connect on the whiteboard. We talked about Bo Nix being able to dominate that part of it. The experience allows him to do it. I think he understands the coach speak that might have been bandied around in those meetings, which may have made him the favorite when the Broncos were looking at a quarterback to go get.
Seen a lot of ball. 61 starts in college football. Has started every game that he has played, going back to his Auburn days where he started 13 as a true freshman and a 5-star quarterback coming out of high school, where his dad had played, had dealt with that kind of situation there at Auburn, and then finally found a home there where he could really showcase his skill set with the Oregon Ducks and absolutely performed to the best of his abilities. And now the Raiders are shut out of quarterbacks here at 13. Where do they go? Do we get that first defensive player? Is it a corner or Talisa Fuaga still there? Here's Roger Goodell.
With the 13th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Brock Bowers, tight end, Georgia.
So this is best player available, plain and simple. Took Michael Mayer in the second round last year, was a quality rookie player for them, a guy you'd expected to develop, but now, I mean, this is a clear example of best player available.
This is best player available. This is Brock Bowers being on your draft board, flashing like a blinking light because he probably was graded as a top 5 player there. This is also being willing to, hey, how can we think about our offense differently? Yes, we took Michael Mayer, who's a good player, but now we can put 2 tight ends on the field. Maybe we can run the football. Maybe this is AP's influence on what is difficult and challenging to face in the defense. But to me, this dude is spectacular. Outstanding route runner, playmaker, versatile, can line up anywhere in the formation as a tight end. Terrific with the ball in his hands, has the niceness and feistiness to be able to block on the perimeter. Not many holes in his game. You put him with the Raiders. Now you put it on the offensive coordinator, Luke Gessie. Get creative. Find a way to get him and Mayer on the field together.
Nice and feisty. I like the combination. So he played at Georgia. He's got a winning background. He's got the Kirby, smart, hard coaching element behind him. I'm sure Antonio Pierce loves that. But the other thing with him is he is an elite yard after catch option. And so what he does for quarterbacks is if you need an outlet, ask Stetson Bennett this as Stetson Bennett was continuing to build his confidence in their championship season. You got a guy who can run the seam in the 4-5s and beat linebackers, or he can catch the little drag route underneath that they like to run. At Georgia, you just dink it and dunk it off to him 2 and 3 yards in front of the line of scrimmage and let him roll because he runs like a running back. He's got amazing contact balance. He is very physical to drag through a couple extra. This is their favorite play to run at Georgia. And once he's got the ball in his hands, good luck getting him down. They won't get him down on this play. I've seen it like 8 times. He's on the sideline. They can't get him down. I've seen it so many times. And so what you have here is a quarterback's best friend. And I'm sure it's making some other teams sick who kept saying, oh, my God.
Maybe he's coming.
Brock
Maybe he's
is
coming.
falling.
Yeah.
Brock is falling.
Oh.
Well, the fall's over.
Headed to Las Vegas on a night that has been defined by records thus far. A record pace for 6 quarterbacks coming off the board, which has in part influenced another record. We've yet to see a defender come off the board. Wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't happen when the Saints come up for their first pick next here on Draft Center. This is NFL Draft Center presented by FedEx. The Saints are on the clock and have yet to make their selection as it currently stands with just over 2 minutes remaining in their allotted 10 minutes to make that pick. Last pick off the board, Brock Bowers, another surprise of the evening. Don't recall seeing a single mock draft that had the Las Vegas Raiders selecting the top tight end in this class after taking Michael Mayer, again, different regime, 35th overall a year ago. So now they've got the opportunity to run some 2 tight ends out there. Saints draft room is on your screen. Doesn't look like there's a lot of activity happening.
Very dark.
Mickey Loomis.
I need some lights. I need some
Dennis Allen. Maybe waiting for that phone to ring, seeing if somebody wants to make a last-minute push up. We shall see. I'm getting texts from my friends in New Orleans. They must be reading some things online. We shall see, but tackle is a huge need. They've yet to really find a replacement for Teron Armstead. Penning hasn't worked out yet. Ryan Ramczyk's injury status is not super encouraging for this season, Lance. Pretty good ones still out there in terms of O-linemen.
There are, but you have to ask yourself, well, you have to determine, is Talisi Fuaga from Oregon State, is he a player who can play on the left side? We've seen him play on the right side at Oregon State. We know he can play right tackle. Can he slide over and play left tackle? You usually just say yes, but you know, does he have the range to handle speed rushers there?
Well, they might need him at right away.
And they may need him at right tackle, absolutely. And then Fautanu, who I believe can stay at left tackle from Washington, you know, he could be the selection here at number 14 because I do believe that he can play left tackle, right tackle, or bump inside the guard. So I think offensive line is definitely a spot they could look at. They may say best available on our board at a general position of need would be defensive tackle and Byron Murphy. Byron Murphy would have Nathan Shepard and Kalen Saunders right there in front of him on the defensive line. I think Murphy, you know, could definitely compete for a starting position right away there. It's tough to see because it's really just about how do you view these tackles, because tackle makes a tremendous amount of sense for the Saints here at 14, and you don't trade out of that spot if you need tackle, because once you get past the first 5, and we've got 3 off the board now. Once you get past the first 5, there's a little bit of a drop when you go to Guyton and Amarius Mims.
Right.
So I'm not sure you want to get too cute and move back in the trade if you're the Saints.
I mean, you've got Talisa Fuaga from Oregon State, your 14th best player in this draft, and he's sitting here available for the Saints to take at 14. Troy Fautanu just 3 spots behind him on Lance's top 300 at number 17. And
but I mean,
then it's a bit of a. Then Graham Barton is in that mix too, but more of an
Chase
interior
Young's
player.
a 1-year guy.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, they need rush too.
Yeah.
So I think, I mean, I'd like to say a defensive player is going to go here, but I mean, that left tackle spot is a big problem.
Yeah, and we've already
huge problem.
Huge problem.
Okay, we've already set a record. No defensive players have come off the board yet. The latest we've ever seen one in the Common Draft era is number 8. A couple years ago when the Carolina Panthers took J.C. Horn. 13 picks in, no defenders yet. We've had 3 offensive linemen. Is this where we get the 4th? Roger Goodell is ready with the card and the pick from Detroit.
With the 14th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Talisa Fuaga, tackle, Oregon State.
Time for Eating Good, presented by Applebee's, official grill and bar of the NFL. And, well, Lance, you had it spot on there. 14th overall player goes with the 14th overall pick.
And he is tough. He's aggressive. He's big. He is incredibly technically sound. The thing that stands out to me is he can push around in the run game, no question. And you're going to see a lot of it. The backside cutoff, they did a lot of outside zone stuff. So he's well versed in terms of finding his landmarks as a run blocker, and that's a lot of what you're seeing right here is getting out to the second level, getting your cutoff blocks. But what makes him special to me is the quick hands. The punch is direct. He plays with inside hands. The pass set, he always has his chin tucked. He's got the ability to play off of those spin moves, and that's because he's well balanced. There's not a bunch of lean. What struck me when I watched him was, man, this guy, this is coaching tape. Like, this is teaching tape right here from a pass pro standpoint, because his technique is just outstanding. So when he gets into the league, he's not going to have those issues like Trevor Penning had, where he had to kind of feel his way moving up from the
Still
SDS
feeling
level
his way.
and trying to figure it out. He still hasn't figured it out. Fuaga's already got it figured out, in my opinion.
Yeah, he does get it figured out. And I'll say this, having watched the New Orleans Saints up close, they needed some toughness. They needed some physicality. This is a team that maybe is a little on the softer side. He adds some of that nastiness that they needed. So this is a nice pick for them. They need to get back to running the football and being able to do some of those things to protect Derek Carr, but more importantly, to impose their will on their opponent.
You know, I also look at this. I love the celebration there for Talisa Fuanga. And, you know, this is an interesting one. You know, Ryan Ramczyk, as Dennis Allen came out at the annual league meeting, said, hey, look, we're a little concerned here, not where he wants to be in terms of potential for return from the rehab and the injury that he faced this year. As you mentioned, Penning, jury's still out there. Also, James Hurst retired this week, their starting left guard. And this is a player in Fuanga who could also make a transition interior, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
But,
you know, you want Trevor Penning to figure it out.
Sure, take the reins, be the guy.
Yeah, absolutely, because, you know, if you can start a guy, Laramie Tunsil, you know, he started at left guard in Miami and became that left tackle. I think that what he's going to give you an opportunity to do right away is he gives you that guard tackle flexibility. You just want players who can play right away if you can find them on the offensive line. But this is really, with the Colts, we're looking at the Colts selection right here and who's getting ready to come up. You know, the offensive guys, so you could go speed with Xavier Worthy right here. You need a cornerback. We know Quinyon Mitchell, somebody I love. But Ballard always loves pass rush and offensive line play.
Yeah.
Every time he talks about needs, you can never have enough rush. It comes from the Rod Marinelli school that he learned under when he was over there with the Chicago Bears where he started. Rush, rush, rush. You can never have enough rush. You can never have enough big offensive linemen who can push people around.
Yep.
And, you know, they've got good rushers. They had plenty of rush, but they didn't have double digit. And so now you've got Verse, Turner, and Latu. So you got the most polished rusher in the draft in Latu. You've got the most traitsy guy in Dallas Turner, and you got a powerhouse and physical player in Jared Verse. These are three great players for Chris Ballard to choose from, and I didn't even get to Byron Murphy, but the problem is you just gave Grover Stewart a big deal, and then you re-upped
still there
with DeForest Buckner. So I don't think he can take Byron Murphy in this spot. It just wouldn't make enough sense. But the rush would make some sense. Fautanu really fits the kind of mold of physicality he likes, but would he go wide receiver and try to give Anthony Richardson that blazing option? Because let's not forget, Chris Ballard came over from Kansas City, and boy, did Patrick Mahomes' job get easy when he had Tyreek Hill.
Now, Brian Thomas can roll too now.
Brian
Thomas can roll. That's right.
What was the fastest go route of anybody at the combine?
That's
miles per hour.
That's right.
When it comes to that, but also your buddy Chris Ballard likes traits.
Yeah,
so normally
loves traits.
The traits. So if we think about traits,
Dallas Turner's
Brian Thomas would be one. Dallas Turner would be one. Quinyon Mitchell would also qualify. So he has his pick of the litter when it comes to it.
So I mean, took Kwity Paye 2 years ago in the first round out of Michigan. It started to come along and be a nice piece. Not like super high end there, right?
Yeah.
You look at guys like Samson Ebikam, right? Who's over there on the edge as well. Tyquan Lewis, second round pick 6 years ago at this point. Deo Adengbo.
But those two guys are reduced guys. You know, the two that makes, I know, so Verse is maybe a little too much like Kwity Paye. So the two you start looking at is the big time traits guy and Dallas Turner with the juice. But you know, Latu is just, it's all about the medicals because you can't find better rush tape this year. You're not going to find better rush tape than Latu. You find the production, you see the hands. He makes it easy because he's playing past the blocker at all times. He's so instinctive as a rusher. And that's something that I don't think Verse and Turner have as much as the instincts of when your first move gets shut down, can you go to your second move? So this is a fascinating pick for me. I don't know the direction the Colts will go in. At some point, they got to draft a wide receiver or cornerback, but Ballard doesn't love drafting that position in the first round.
Talking about corners,
or really wide receivers.
Well, because if you think about the position, the front end can help the back end far much more than the back end can help the front end, meaning pass rushers help corners play better. Cornerbacks don't necessarily help the front improve. And so I can understand why Chris Ballard would want to go and get a big body at the line of scrimmage. Regardless, you better have those elite traits because that's what Ballard believes in.
Yeah.
So in the common draft era, we have never had 13 consecutive picks on the same side of the ball at any point of at least the first 3 rounds.
Never.
Yeah. In the common draft era. That's since 1967. We started this draft with 14 straight now on the offensive side.
Unless he goes wide receiver, I think it ends here.
It ends here.
Like I think
Corner
they go defense,
or the edge rusher value, or Byron Murphy is too much to pass up.
I think so, but I would make an argument for Brian Thomas Jr. I mean, I think you need another weapon for Anthony Richardson because Pierce really hasn't been as electric as you hope vertically, and Brian Thomas can really take the top.
Sign Pittman.
But my guess is it'll be defense here, just because if you look at building the trenches like he loves to do, there's just more available at pass rush than there is a tackle or guard.
This could be one of those really intriguing moments here. Do we start to trigger a run on defense as we go back live to Detroit and await the Indianapolis Colts pick? Will they get a weapon for Anthony Richardson, who is set to return as the starter after missing the majority of his rookie year? Or do we go defense for the first time?
With the 15th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Laiatu Latu, defensive end, UCLA.
Okay, so there it is, the first defensive player off the board. It's Laiatu Latu. Now, for those of you questioning, whoa, where did Dallas Turner go? Where did Jared Verse go? Here's the thing that was a clear emphasis inside the Indianapolis Colts draft room. They valued the fact that this dude is a flat-out technician and the most polished pass rusher in this draft. Bucky Brooks, we had a chance to talk to him a number of times over the course of this draft process. And he's fought some adversity. Obviously, the medicals checked out, and here he is, the first edge rusher off the board.
I would say I've never been more impressed with a pass rusher than when he sat beside us on the set and had a chance to talk to him about rushing the passer. This is a guy who has elite first-step quickness. He has a bag of moves that allows him to get to the quarterback against anybody. He's versatile because he can play from a three-point or stand-up position. He can play outside or inside, and the motor is always revving. When you're looking at pass rushers, I think people have to understand there's an art to it. It's not just about being the biggest and fastest. This guy has mastered the artistry of being a pass rusher, which is why he should have success from day one in the National Football.
The only question on him was he was a player who had a neck injury that Washington deemed would cost him his football career, and he retired from football. UCLA took another look at him and said, we believe that with certain exercises and certain treatments that you are actually fine. And so now NFL teams, and I know there are some teams who had him off the board, but obviously the Colts did, and I talked to a few teams that did not have him off the board. They thought he was going to be fine. When you take that element away, well, there's not a lot of weaknesses in his game. And Bucky talked about a bag for Latu. I mean, I don't even think I don't think he can overstate this enough. Latu is an unbelievable rusher, and when we get to take a look at his XOs, you'll see what we're talking about.
Time for Best Value presented by Verizon, and that value goes to Chris Ballard in the Indianapolis Colts by taking the first defender, first edge rusher, and it's Laiatu Latu. Let's take a look here, Bucky, at what we love about Latu's game, kind of the details of that technician piece of it.
So we talk about having a bag. We talk about the bend and burst that he displays right there, the hand skills. You see it all from him. Dip and rip, swipe, up and under. He has all that. He can play outside and inside. There's an inside rusher, being able to get home. We saw it in the Senior Bowl. Here we go, dip and rip, nonstop, relentless competitor. Love the stamina that he displays. This dude just is a nonstop Energizer bunny coming off the edge. He's a handful for blockers, and when he's revved up, you talk about the Indianapolis Colts where Gus Bradley likes to make it simple for the players so they can just go and hunt. Latu is a perfect fit, because remember, he had a lot of success with Yannick Ngakoue in Jacksonville when he was an edge rusher. Latu has even better skills.
Good point there. 23 and a half sacks the last 2 years after he was medically
2 years
retired
of football
at Washington.
2 years of football, 23 and a half sacks. And talking to him, it's amazing because he just tells you he doesn't go in with a plan. He just reacts off what the offensive tackle's feet are showing him, and their weight distribution shows him. That's advanced level rush right there.
Yeah, and so, but he's prepared, right? His tools
Very prepared.
gives him the opportunity
It's like a boxer
to do
who
that
just
reaction.
reacts. He just reacts.
Great point. So the Colts have made our last pick. It is Laiatu Latu, our first defender. That is an NFL record. wait till pick 15 to get the first defender. What do the Seattle Seahawks have up their sleeve at pick number 16? They're on the clock. We get their pick next. Welcome back, friends. We are about to be halfway through the first round of the 2024 NFL Draft as we're back here on Draft Center, presented by FedEx. Rhett Lewis, Bucky Brooks, and Lance Zerline here with you. Leatu Latu, the last pick that was made from Detroit. The edge rusher out of UCLA is the first defender off the board. Goes to the Indianapolis Colts. And now we get a glimpse into another new regime. Now Seattle first season with Mike Macdonald as their new head coach is forthcoming. John Schneider, maybe with a little more added juice into his role as GM with Pete Carroll now gone. Okay, do we start to get a run on defense here, Buck? What do you think?
Well, I mean, we brought almost plucked out of all
Who's left?
players. I mean, we just have decided that defense does not matter at all. So all you fans, when the season happens and your team can't stop anybody, don't be out here messing around on Twitter getting mad at your coaches because they didn't invest in it. I think Seattle has the options. They can take an offensive lineman or they can go defense. I would think Mike Macdonald would want to continue to fortify that defense. That defense has underachieved of late, but I don't think they need a cornerback. I think somewhere on the interior.
Chance for Faatanu here from Washington.
Oh, you know, the OC connection.
Yep.
You know, the OC
Ryan
connection
Grubb is
could
there.
loom large. He plays multiple
That's
spots.
a good one.
Yada, yada, yada. There we go.
That's a good
You
one.
think they have tackles, right, that they got both of them
Got
in
a
the same
young
draft
guys.
2 years ago.
Young guys.
Maybe on the interior, you start to find, maybe even at center, you start to find some
There we
spots
go.
there.
16 straight picks of offense. Just 16
Well,
straight.
it'd be 15
This
to
reminds
16.
me of watching.
Yeah.
I mean, the birdies have been chirping that if Byron Murphy fell this far, that John Schneider would be elated.
That was a birdie chirp.
So
okay.
the birds chirp that they would love Schneider, that Schneider would love Byron Murphy in this spot. I assume that's obviously the blessing of Mike Macdonald, who, you know, is coming over from the Ravens. But Ben, you make a good point about Fatanu. You have a guy, you know his football character because you have, you have Grubb over there as
in that
the offensive
defense.
coordinator.
Yeah, they got Leonard Williams, Jaron Reed, Draymond Jones. They paid a lot of money to.
Yeah, they did play like
Boye Mafe.
And it's hard to get a beat them because what does that defense really look like? We haven't kind of seen it play out. Like
That's true.
Baltimore's defense drastically different than what they were running with Pete Carroll.
Man.
Cornerback, I mean, could we look at cornerback? I mean,
Yeah, we haven't had one yet.
No
Quinyon
corner
Mitchell
off
or
the
Terry
board.
Arnold.
And I mean, Dallas Turner is still on the board. Who do we have?
So is
at
Jared
rusher?
Verse, your top available
So is
player.
Jared Verse. Yeah, but I realize Jared's going to slide a little bit in this draft. Some teams think he's a little bit stiff. They'll find out they're wrong.
They're wrong. Yeah,
In a few years, you'll find out that you may have underestimated Mr. Verse. But those are two really good pass rushers still on the board. There's some good cornerbacks still on the board. Byron Murphy's still on the board. There's some good football players. I mean, this is a little deeper from true first-round grades in this year's draft. But it's much harder now that so many offensive, I mean, all the quarterbacks are picked off the board. What's shocking to me is we haven't had more trades.
Yeah, just one.
Bucky loves it.
Just one thus far, and we won't get one here. Pick is in for Seattle. Commissioner Roger Goodell is waiting for his cue to make that move to the podium and announce this pick for the Seattle Seahawks. First for head coach Mike McDonald. Wonder what kind of influence that plays as the Seattle Seahawks look to get back to that golden age when the Legion of Boom and company were dominating on the defensive side of the ball. And without further ado, here is the pick.
Thank you to our men and women who serve in the United States military. Your sacrifices to defend our country's freedom do not go unnoticed. Thank you so much. With the 16th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Byron Murphy, defensive tackle, Texas.
The birds chirped, and I guess they were right on that one. Boy, there's a lot of defensive tackles over there, aren't there?
A lot of them, but versatility. When you have a lot, that means you can auction off and get back what you need.
Bucky, what kind of defense are we running over there?
I think they're gonna run a hybrid defense. They got all those defensive tackles. They can do a bunch of things. But I will
Leonard
say,
Williams can play that 5, right?
Jaron
Reed out there 5.
I mean, they
put
can
the
do
nose, Byron in the nose.
Yeah, I mean, they can do some fun stuff. This dude is super explosive, great hand skills, plays with the energy, kind of reckless in terms of the middle, creates havoc and chaos, like the disruptive plays. And what we know about Mike McDonald, he knows how to make it work. He made it work last year with Baltimore when they didn't really have a pure pass rush and found a way to get it done. He'll find a way to create one-on-one opportunities for Byron Murphy, and you'll see the rest of those guys also benefit from his presence.
Tremendous tester. First step quickness is really unmatched from interior rushers this year and really in many of the years. And the other thing that really stands out about Byron Murphy is that whether it's first down or third down, he has a chance to penetrate and cause real problems for overmatched interior linemen. If you are not an athletic interior lineman, you're going to have major issues with Byron Murphy, snap in and snap out. And when you have that kind of penetrator who's also strong at the point of attack, that now creates offensive lines have to slide protections to help you out. They have to account for you with certain run plays. Certain run plays are going to be scrapped, especially when you have guys like Leonard Williams and Jaron Reed who can stack and shed you. So this is, I like the pick because Mike Mack's saying, hey, we're going to play some defense. Finally, we got somebody trying to play some defense in pro football.
Finally trying to get to it.
Also, you were asking for more trades. We have another. The Minnesota Vikings have orchestrated a trade with the Jacksonville Jaguars, moving up 6 spots from 23 to 17. Again, they move the 23rd pick, which they had acquired from the Texans. We thought initially to package as a move up for a quarterback, end up getting their QB at number 10 in a trade with the Jets. So it's Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah is the one who's kind of maneuvering up and down the draft board. But what is this for? Now, I think, they obviously lost Danielle Hunter to the Houston Texans in free agency this year.
So you thinking maybe
wonder if they're seeing the edge rushers fall.
One being available there.
And say, hey, maybe it's maybe the Rams are going to take one at 18.
No, this has got to be a rush, yeah.
Yeah, so is this Jared Verse or Dallas Turner?
Dallas Turner is going to be my guess. They need a cornerback too, but how you letting Dallas Turner get off the board here?
Yeah, we had him pegged as maybe the 8th overall pick, now available here at 17. Is that where the Vikings go?
The Jacksonville Jaguars have traded the 17th pick to the Minnesota Vikings. With the 17th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Dallas Turner, linebacker, Alabama.
So there it is. Bit of a fall for Dallas Turner as he exits the draft group, just based on mock drafts, based on buzz from the draft community. And clearly the Minnesota Vikings had value attached to Dallas Turner's name because they traded up 6 spots after seeing he was still available after the Seattle Seahawks made their selection. So Turner is a 6'2" and change player, but a massive 83-inch wingspan. So he's got the length to keep those offensive linemen's hands off him, out of his chest. He uses those arms to his advantage, which we'll show you here shortly, but was a double-digit sack artist here, teaming up with a guy who will probably here come off the board tomorrow, and Chris Braswell for the Alabama Crimson Tide definitely wreaks some havoc in the SEC this year. So Lance, you kind of thought this might be the pick as well. He ends up being the 7th player on your board, and so some good value here, plus 10 in value if you look at it that way for the Vikings.
It really is, and what you have is this rare length as you talked about. And the reason that's important is because first in is usually the winner, and if you can get first in with your hands, and when you have a wingspan of a 7-footer, you're going to be first in a lot of times against those tackles. He has the loose lower body that allows him to get up and around the corner. That insane burst up the field gives him the ability to really rock tackles on their back foot whenever he's rushing. But the other thing he does is he'll play the run now. And if you're going to play for Nick Saban and Alabama, you can't not play the run. That's a necessity. You have to be tough enough. Now, he's not Will Anderson playing the run, but he's a willing take-on guy, and he has the ability to range to the sideline and cut off those outside running plays. And when it comes to rushing the passer, the strip sack ability with his, just the ability to flat out get off the ball and immediately put tackles in reverse, that sets up inside moves, sets up stab move counters. These are moves he's going to develop more. Yeah. And as we mentioned, he's the traiciest rusher of all of the rushers when it comes to his athletic profile. The athletic profile of a wide receiver, frankly.
Yeah, and look, when I think about this defense, Bucky, an attack-minded defense with Brian Flores, you unleash a 4.4 speed guy with an 83-inch wingspan, that fits.
He absolutely fits. He's a freak athlete who has outstanding first step quickness. He can bend and burst. He's versatile enough to be able to play with force or finesse off the edge. Non-stop motor, played in a very complicated defense, so he can play in a high leverage scheme. This is a really, really good player, and for Brian Flores, what they do in the back end with that myriad of cover zero where they're always challenging and testing the IQ of the quarterback, well, now you're going to create some free rushes for a guy who is a dominant playmaker and pass rusher off the edge.
Let's get the details here. So obviously you get the pick swap 17-23 with the Vikings and the Jags. The Jags then acquire a 5th-round selection and a 2025 3 and 4 from the Vikings to accommodate their move 6 spots up to get the edge rusher Dallas Turner, who they will pair with Jonathan Grenard, who they got out of free agency from the Houston Texans. Kind of interesting in that swap. Hunter goes to Houston, Grenard goes to Minnesota, and then they also went out and got Andrew Van Ginkel in free agency. Now you throw in another rotational piece there with Dallas Turner. And so we have 3. Oh, guys. We got to run on defense here. Let's go. It's 3 in a row.
It's time now. You're done. If you're the Vikings, I'm sitting here looking at my mock 2, my second, third round mock that will be out tomorrow on NFL.com, and I'm looking for Vikings stuff, and I'm like, oh, well, I guess we're done.
Yeah.
Done. This is who you have. But I think it's a masterful job by the front office of Minnesota of being patient, coveting players, and finding a way to get the 2 guys who you really wanted. Great job by Minnesota.
Yes, and the Minnesota Vikings do not have a 2 or a 3. They just traded 157. So the next time we see the Minnesota Vikings, as it currently stands, will be at pick number 108 in the 4th round. 108, 129 is where they are at this point. So, all right, a lot of moves. We had our second trade of the evening, and both of them have involved the Vikings. We will hear from the Cincinnati Bengals as it currently stands at pick number 18 when we take you back live to Detroit in the 2024 NFL Draft. Okay, friends, we've got a run on defense as we welcome you back to Draft Center presented by FedEx. The last 3 picks have all come on the defensive side of the ball. After the first 14 were all offensive players. Leatu Latu, Byron Murphy, and Dallas Turner, the latest picks in this 2024 NFL Draft. The Cincinnati Bengals are now on the clock at pick number 18. So just over 6 minutes remain for the Bengals, who are an interesting spot here. I feel like they've been efforting an improvement in their protection, Lance Zierlein, ever since they got Joe Burrow. And it wouldn't surprise me if they make that move again here.
There's 2 picks. I'd be shocked if it's not 1 or 2 picks. Now, unless they want to move on from Trey Hendrickson, who demanded a trade, but they don't typically trade players when they demand anything. You really look at it, the 2 guys that make the most sense and really have since we started doing mock draft was wide receiver to replace T. Higgins in the future, Brian Thomas, or you look at Fautanu, the left tackle who can take over the tackle spot, the right tackle, left tackle, guard, wherever you want them. Big need there in Cincinnati again.
Other choices could be Tyler Guyton from Oklahoma, Amarius Mims from Georgia, or maybe Graham Barton from Duke. Here's Roger Goodell with pick number 18.
With the 18th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Amarius Mims, tackle, Georgia.
All right, Bucky, mountain of a man. Hit us with it.
You said it there. You said it right there. A mountain of a man. Massive. Doesn't have a lot of experience, but has a lot of talent. You see in a very small sample size, this dude can dominate at the point of attack. Long, rangy, has a mauler, brawler mentality and playing style. And you just understand in Cincinnati, you put him at right tackle, this guy is going to have a lot of success. I know you have Orlando Brown playing at left tackle, but on the right side, where you kind of want to run the football a little bit, this guy's going to be a people mover, kind of like what the Cincinnati Bengals are doing, trying to reestablish a little physicality and toughness at the point of attack.
So he's like a really good athlete too. We saw it at the combine. It was like, whoa. And with Amarius Mims, what you get is a player who the only real concern on him is injury. He has had some injury issues. Staying healthy has been a concern. And, you know, that's got to be a little bit of a concern for Cincinnati. But when it comes to size, it's hard to get around him. He has great length. He's very, very powerful. And his upside is extraordinarily high. It's the injuries that concern you a little bit.
All right, let's paint a better picture of what Amarius Mims is. Here's a player comparison presented by Pizza Hut. Lance Zierlein, who does Amarius Mims remind you of?
Yeah, Jordan Mailata. You remember, he's a guy who came over, Mailata came over as a rugby player and has quickly developed into a really impressive left tackle. He was a special athlete with special size and traits, and that's the same thing we're looking at right now from Amarius Mims. Now, Mailata didn't have any real experience and moved over to one of the hardest positions to play in pro football, the left tackle spot. But you saw right there, he can get out in space, so can Amarius Mims. He has great length and strength, so does Amarius Mims. So there is a lot to like about that comparison between the two. I think the difference is, you know, Mims comes in with a pedigree with Stacy Searles, the offensive line coach, and those Georgia Bulldogs, and hey, he's got a background for winning too. You can never, you don't want to underestimate guys who come from winning backgrounds.
Also understand this, he gets a chance in practice to sit behind Trent Brown. Trent Brown, the massive.
They acquired free agency,
massive edge blocker from New England who's been there for a long time. He gets an opportunity to sit and watch and then eventually work his way onto the field. So they have insurance for the long-term future by having Mims maybe sit a year before he jumps into the starting lineup.
1,000% the biggest offensive tackle trio in football. Orlando Brown, Trent Brown, now Amarius Mims.
I guarantee you.
Where did they put Amarius Mims at tight end on some of those heavy?
Let's go.
Super tight end?
Yeah, but still,
super tackle?
a guy who went at pick number 18, just 8 starts in his collegiate career for Amarius Mims. Kind of interesting. The Los Angeles Rams, friends, are on the clock. What? It's the first round. Somebody want to get that note over the draft house in Hermosa? They haven't made a pick in the first round since they took Jared Goff #1 overall back in 2016. But pick number 19 currently belongs to the LA Rams, and they have just over 2 minutes to officially make that selection. Super Bowl champs just a couple of years ago, got back to the postseason this year with a renewed enthusiasm there with Sean McVay and Les Snead. Okay, saw a little bit of a handshake there with Chris Shula, the new defensive coordinator for the LA Rams, replacing Raheem Morris.
How they're dressed, it's like they forgot they had a first-round pick.
Well,
Everyone's
look,
like,
it's casual.
we're not used to picking in the first round.
They're at the beach.
We're not used to picking in the first round.
They picked gems on day 3.
I tell you what, how about the job? Yeah, how about the job they did last year?
Yeah.
Boy, amazing job. Puka Nacua and defensive tackle Kobe Turner.
Byron Young too, though.
Could have
and
been
Byron Young,
offensive
and defensive players of the year.
Yeah,
if not for the Texans picks, and I think those guys had arguments anyway. If you really want to know the truth, so amazing job by Les Snead. I know he's famous for not caring as much about picks in the past.
Is that the phrasing they used?
Yeah. He said, "I don't care about these picks that much."
Yeah, that's what it was.
That's what the T-shirt said.
I think so.
But when you look at it now, he cares a little bit more about picks now because he's got a lot of to play around with. So I'm very interested to see what he does here.
LA Rams have 4 in the top 100, including 2 third round picks, which of course we'll see tomorrow right here with you on Draft Center presented by FedEx. But here at 19, Jared Verse still available.
Jared Verse. How are they at cornerback?
I mean, look, you could. They've made some strides, with players kind of outside of the limelight, spotlight-wise.
Brought Darius Williams back, didn't they?
Yeah.
Trey White. Tre'Davious White comes over. Typically, they like to go line of scrimmage. I would like to think that they're going to try and find someone that can kind of get after the passer. Verse would appear to be one of those guys.
Best available player on your board, Lance. Best edge rusher on your board,
Jared Verse.
Bucky. Otherwise, defensive tackle-wise, you're looking at Johnny Newton,
The only one
Illinois.
Trying to find a direct replacement for Aaron Donald. You can't replace, but if you're looking,
I
think it's too soon for.
But we haven't seen a corner yet. Does value speak loudly to Les Snead here in terms of cornerback?
It could when you look at who he has there. I could definitely see cornerback when you really take a close look at this. Quinyon Mitchell could be the guy here. The other position you have to look at is would they be willing to go with the wide receiver? I mean, Puka's on a rookie deal that's not going to cost him a whole lot. Would they be willing to look at Brian Thomas?
I think I'd be surprised
I'd
if it was
be
Brian
more
Thomas.
surprised. It look like they can kind of get along with.
They're doing pretty good with that crew at receiver. And they really like Demarcus Robinson coming back to him as well. They got it on a real reasonable deal. So, all right, the LA Rams making their first pick in 8 years in the first round. Here it is from Roger Goodell.
With the 19th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Jared Verse, defensive end, Florida State.
Now it just makes so much sense. The value here, Bucky, is huge.
Yeah, the value made a lot of sense, but more importantly, the player makes sense. You see it in the tombstone, bully. This dude is a bully off the edge, explosive first step quickness. He is a power player. When I liken him, not making the player comparison to Khalil Mack, but he uses Khalil Mack's playing style to be able to get it done. You see him put his hand right in the middle of the blocker's chest, and he is going to use a two-way go to be able to get to the quarterback. Super explosive, super dynamic, and productive at every level. First at Albany, then for 2 years at Florida State. This dude had 18 sacks and a bunch of tackles for loss. He is a productive player who's going to fit right in to this Rams scheme.
When you watched him coming up from Albany, his first game was against LSU, not this last year, but the year before, and it didn't look too big for him in game one. He really flashed right away and then kept getting better and better. Jared Verse is a grown man. Reminds me of Lamar Woodley when Woodley came out of the Pittsburgh Steelers, played for the Pittsburgh Steelers. He is much more physical than his size. I think he's going to ultimately play around 260 pounds, but he has elite explosiveness into first contact. And it's not just as a speed to power rusher, it's also at the point of attack where he plays so much bigger and longer than you think he's going to. He doesn't have long arms, but he's so fast into the tackle that he gets into the tackle first almost every single time at the point of attack. He's got the sweet arm over that he just showed there that can beat you from a penetration standpoint as a rusher or as a run defender. He showed what kind of athlete he was at the combine, but I think more than anything, he's tough. This is a bad boy. Now, he is going to get after you every single snap, and I like the toughness and the edge that he gives the Rams. You lost Aaron Donald. Where's that edge going to come from now? I think Jared Verse is the next up when it comes to edge bringers.
Jared Verse, Byron Young, Kobe Turner, a new crew.
I like it.
Get after the passer there for new defensive coordinator Chris Shula. Head coach Sean McVay and the Los Angeles Rams. Back with pick 20 when we return. Pittsburgh Steelers last year took Broderick Jones, number 14 overall, the tackle out of Georgia. Do they double down on the tackle position here at number 20? Certainly a question Steelers fans there in attendance in Detroit are pondering as the pick is in for Pittsburgh. New quarterback room entirely. Russell Wilson, Justin Fields in. Can he pick it out? And do they use that new quarterback room to influence a selection here, Bucky Brooks? And you look, Broderick Jones kind of went over to the right side last year, especially started to play well second half. Do they try to find a left tackle to potentially replace Dan Moore is a question here.
I mean, look, I think you certainly can take a look at the position. When we think about the tackles that are available,
or maybe a tackle, Bucky and Lance, that have guard potential.
Yeah,
like a
the left side needs upgrading.
Yeah.
For the
Yeah, I think Fatano certainly could be in play, and maybe there's.
I think the other one is corner. The other position they've been doing some homework on, from what I understand, is a cornerback spot, which would make some sense.
Dante Jackson, Joey Porter.
Dante Jackson just came in. Darius Rush is a nickel.
I mean, now when we talk about best play available, everyone was raving about Quinyon Mitchell, leading up into this. And so now you think about another long corner to go opposite Joey Porter Jr. They can get back to maybe playing some man-to-man coverage and kind of eliminating some of those easy throws that went on the outside. It is rare for a team to go, Joey Porter was in the first round. We thought he was going to be a first round. But it's rare for them to go in that well back-to-back. But maybe they go back-to-back years early.
To get that sneeze in real quick.
Glad you got that in.
Before this pick, you know what I mean? Wonder if that means you were right on the money there with that selection. Wonder if that's why I was feeling.
Or maybe you're allergic
Maybe
to
it is
one.
corner.
Yeah.
But the value of the offensive lineman here, and especially with Fatanu.
I think when you look at
what about Graham Barton?
You look at the next 60 picks. I mean,
replace Nate Herbig.
Yeah, now that would make a
And
lot
Barkley
of
played
sense as
multiple
well.
positions.
Yeah, to me, it's the left tackle, it's the center, or it's a cornerback.
Fatanu, though, could give you all of that, right? He's got a. I mean, maybe.
But Graham Barton's awfully talented as well. But my guess is it's Fatanu or Quinyon Mitchell here. Those make the most sense for the Steelers.
Look who's joining the commissioner, Walter Payton, NFL Man of the Year, Cam Hayward.
Tonight, 32 young men will embark on their NFL career, striving to make an impact on the field. But their impacts will be felt far beyond their field, but in their communities. No one embodied that more than Walter Payton. And today, the league's highest honor, the Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year Award, presented by Nationwide, recognizes his lasting legacy. Tonight, we are proud to welcome the 2023 Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year winner, Cam Hayward.
First of all, I want to say thank you, Commissioner. And most importantly, I want to say thank you to the Payton family, the NFL, and Nationwide. The NFL draft is special. To my fellow NFL players and the prospects joining the league this week, I want to challenge you. Use your platform to brighten someone's day. The opportunity before you is a gift. And by coming here and being in this league, seize that moment. Be better in our communities, be better for our league and our world. Thank you so much. Here we go. And with the 20th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Troy Fautanu, tackle, Washington.
All right, there it is. The wait is over for Troy Fautanu from Washington, the anchor Lance Zierlein of the Joe Moore award-winning offensive line given to the top O-line in college football this past year.
He is very, very physical, and I'm a member of the selection committee for the Joe Moore Awards. And when we watched, it just every single time 55 just kept popping up. He's got the body type of a classic tough guy guard who can move a little bit, but when you watch him at tackle at 34 inches, I just think he can end up staying out at tackle, whether it's left tackle, right tackle, or guard. And I think the Steelers are going to give him a chance to win the left tackle. Well, actually, I think they're going to swing him to right tackle, bring Broderick over to the left side is my guess. And if that happens, I think they've got a mauler brawler for years to come. He is a very physical run blocker, but what he gives you is that old school Steeler toughness. It's been missing for a while from the offensive line where they could just get downhill on you, pound the rock, and go. This is your first chance to go back to old school Steeler football. I mean, in a long, long time. But I think with the two bookend tackles that you've just taken in back-to-back drafts, I think you give yourself a real chance.
You give yourself a real chance. And remember, Arthur Smith takes over this offense. They're going to run the football. Arthur Smith is committed to running the football. You think about the personnel that they have in the backfield, Najee Harris. They want to be able to kind of impose their will. And even with Russell Wilson or Justin Fields coming over, it is still about the quarterback being a complement to what is a physical running game that complements a defense that sets the tone with turnovers and short fields.
Yeah, in the Texas game, by the way, you could see, like, this is Tavondre Sweat and Byron Murphy we're talking about at Texas. And Fautanu was really getting after those guys with down blocks, moving people around on the goal line. So he's a guy that I think Steeler fans are going to really, really like. And worst case scenario, he'll be your starting left guard for years to come as well. So I like those two. Players need to have two position flexibility. I think he probably has three position flexibility: left tackle, right tackle, and left guard.
The versatility matters. Physicality, toughness. He fits the brand. He gives them what they're trying to recreate, which is that physical, imposing presence at the point of attack.
And this was not a Steelers standard in terms of pass protection, production from the offensive line over the course of the last couple of years. Probably same goes in terms of run blocking as well. Get a little bit of both here as they continue to upgrade that with GM Omar Khan and head coach Mike Tomlin now working with new quarterbacks and a brand new offensive lineman in Troy Fautanu. Where do the Dolphins go at 21 next year on Draft Center? We are into the 20s here on Draft Center, presented by FedEx. Our first pick of the 20s was just made by the Pittsburgh Steelers. The Miami Dolphins pick is in, as you see General Manager Chris Greer with all the hugs and handshakes, and Mike McDaniel, head coach there in that draft room down in South Florida, ready to announce the newest Miami Dolphin. Any number of ways, certainly up front, you could see the Dolphins go. Center, Graham Barton.
Graham Barton, JPJ.
Jack Sparrow. Yep. Edge rusher is kind of gone, picked over after Jared Verse went to the Rams right at 19. Johnny Newton, defensive tackle, to replace Christian Wilkins. In a sense, different players.
Yeah. I think the best moves here, Graham Barton, who's guard center, who is going to be the safest offensive lineman in the draft. Graham Barton is terrific. I mean, Graham Barton is a can't-miss player for me, and it happens to be a position of need for them, the interior offensive line, so that makes a lot of sense. But what if they got greedy and said, oh, Brian Thomas and Xavier Worthy are here. Let's take our already fastest team that's ever been assembled and get into an arms race with the Kansas City Chiefs and every other offensive team, because this is a quarterback-heavy conference in the AFC.
Just got rid of Xavier Howard. Corners are still there. Their choice of corner. I mean, I know they did get Kendall Fuller from Washington. Still have Jalen Ramsey, obviously, but I mean, I think we all expected at least one of those corners.
Is there any chance they could surprise us with Chop Robinson? I don't think so.
But
they've had some injuries over there out on the outside.
They've had some injuries. And
Jalen Phillips and Bradley Chubb both.
Chop Robinson is clean when it comes to.
Here's the pick.
With the 21st pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Chop Robinson, linebacker, Penn State.
Somebody.
Have at it, Bucky. You nailed it.
Yeah, little birdie was over there talking. But no, the Miami Dolphins need to have an established pass rusher because injuries wiped him out last year. Chop Robinson is a developmental prospect, even though we're talking about a first-round talent. But this dude's explosive. He's dynamic. He's an A-plus athlete. But now he needs to put it together and turn that potential into production. But you see it on tape. It shows up. It pops on the screen. First step quickness, burst, finishing skills. He has it. Just need to see the consistency from him.
Yeah, he's got that Von Miller bend to him in the ankles and the knees where he can get low. It is not a problem at all for him. But he's just not a skilled rusher right now. I mean, he is an elite athlete, Micah Parsons level athlete. The problem is, you know, Micah came over from linebacker. They put him at end. He had some background in Miami, and there you see, a defensive end. And Chop is excited. Well, let me tell you what Chop Robinson has. He has athletic gifts that you simply cannot coach. The problem is right now, he doesn't know how to rush the passer. And I say that with all due respect, but that can come with more work. But Bucky, this is very much a position of traits and ability meets a need because of the injuries that they have, substantial injuries to Chubb and to Jalen Phillips, where both those guys are going to try to come back this year. But it may not happen for those guys right away.
May not happen for those guys right away. And even if they do come back in today's game, you got to have three rushers. You got to have three players that you can have in rotation. So you put him in rotation as a first-year player. Maybe he's just a situational rusher, comes in on nickel, and then you hope that he's able to ascend to being a full-time starter. But his best football is ahead of him. He has the traits. And then you have to take that talent and see if you can somehow turn it into consistent production off the edge.
Boy, I've seen him up close and personal the last couple of years watching Penn State, and he can be a bit of a game ender, too, with the way that he can provide that pressure, that constant. I mean, you watch that Michigan game, he was all over the field early on in that game, and against a pretty dang good. Now, look, they had to account for some injuries offensive line-wise, but he's played against some good competition there at Penn State. The stack production, as you said, is minimal at this point in terms of a first-round type of player. But you hope that he finds that gear, right? Finds that finish, that polish.
He also didn't play a lot. Like, he was subbed in and out.
That'd be Denise Isaac, then Dennis Sutton, all there. Sure. They rolled those guys through.
So he's still learning to play football. It's just that what he does, you just don't find on a football field. I mean, of all these rushers, and we've spoken glowingly about these rushers, and with good reason, they're all very, very good at different things that they do. But Chop Robinson has speed, bend, and explosiveness that you're not going to find. Jared Verse has explosiveness, but he doesn't have that kind of bend around the corner. And that's something where if you have a 6'7" tackle, and Chop is way down low, cornering on you like a race car off the embankment. I mean, good luck trying to get your hands
That's actually
on
a good analogy of it too, with the way that he can really bend. 4.48 40-yard dash, 1.54 in the 10, which I know we talk about on Move the Sticks quite a bit as being a real important piece of the evaluation
What was
for
his
an edge
vertical?
rusher. Vertical was 34.5.
Okay. And then the broad was high.
But you know what's some interesting comparison though, athletic or size-wise, when you look at Dallas Turner, they were very similar athletically in terms of their testing, right? Both 4.4 players. They're about the same height, 6'2" and 7/8 for Chop. The wing for Chop is 76.25, whereas for Dallas Turner it was 83. That's 7 inches.
Yeah,
it's almost a full hand.
Well, it's significant when we talk about the pass rush skills because now Dallas Turner, because of that length, he has more options when it comes to being able to attack the offensive line. He can put his hand right in his chest and he used that long arm to kind of steer and dictate how he wants to go. Whereas with
President, both who understood during that Cold War the very, very catastrophic consequences of the nuclear war being waged. So we look at where we are today. You've got the big strategic nuclear weapons that can take out entire cities or countries. You've got the tactical nuclear weapons that they say, well, they're small. They can be used in a very targeted way, though it's just another kind of mortar or bomb or missile that can be launched. The reality remains true, that was pointed out by JFK and Ronald Reagan, that our goal should be to make it so we are never at a point where the nuclear option is being considered. This is where diplomacy and leadership is so necessary, because under this administration, we are on the precipice of nuclear war. We are facing the prospect of a nuclear catastrophe, whether intentionally or unintentionally, because we've created such an environment, more so now than any time, certainly since the missile crisis. This is a reality. Those in Washington have bunkers where they will be protected, if not from the blast itself, then the nuclear fallout, the nuclear winter that will follow. The rest of us don't have that luxury. We saw this in Hawaii, and we've talked about this before, I think, on your show, about what happened when we had that missile scare in Hawaii. And on a Saturday morning, this alert went out saying, missile inbound to Hawaii, take shelter immediately. This is not a drill. Growing up in Hawaii, who were the people closest to Hawaii that could reach us? North Korea. Nuclear capable. They have intercontinental ballistic missiles that can carry nuclear warheads. So for those minutes on that early Saturday morning, it was just a question of how many minutes do we have until we are completely obliterated. Well, that turned out to be a false alarm. The reality of that threat was very real. It was something that I had hoped would be a wake-up call for leaders across the country, because what we saw was the message says, take shelter immediately. This is not a drill. And for us, for the people in Hawaii, just like for those of us sitting here, if our phones were to go off right this second with that message, missile inbound right here, take shelter immediately. Where do we go? What do we do? How many minutes do we where is there a bomb shelter that will protect us from the blast, that will give us clean water to drink and air to breathe and to sustain ourselves for the time that would allow us to survive this? It doesn't exist. So they spend trillions of dollars investing in these nuclear weapons and growing them, which this is not like any other, it's not like, okay, how many rounds do I have left in my magazine? One of these nuclear weapons today is already far more powerful, many times more powerful than the nuclear weapons that were dropped in Nagasaki and Hiroshima. All it takes is one. The serious consequences of what we face are very real. So what do we do then? We should work towards getting ourselves in a place where we are not on the brink of nuclear catastrophe. We're reducing the proliferation of nuclear weapons in the world, and working with leaders of other countries, even those that we may not like or have adversarial interests, to try to get across what JFK was successful in doing, and saying, hey, if we care about the existence of our own people and humanity as a whole, it is in all of our best interest to try to reduce this risk of nuclear war.
They're not watching. Everybody's watching.
watching. Tulsi is officially on Manette. Rob, if you can show her Manette. The first 50 people that Manette with Tulsi, we will send you a copy of the book as well signed. We want copies to get it out there because we are so confident in her message being out there. We feel more people need to hear it from her. The first 50 Manette with Tulsi, ask her whatever questions you got. And those 50 names we'll get, we're going to send you a copy. Just make sure you're in America. If you're anywhere else outside of America, we're not shipping to you. If you're not in America, don't do it in the net. Only in America will ship a copy to your first 50 states. Thank you for that. So if you like this clip and you want to watch another one, click right here. And if you want to watch the entire podcast, click right here.
No fucking way, man. I don't want to fight this stupid bear. How can I not get up right here? Speak with Gregory to begin the ritual.
Everything you've said is true, and I think that all of it is it's good analysis, but I feel like it just gets wielded sometimes in one direction, and then people just miss that it completely and fully describes their entire side as well. I feel like the only solution for this is you hinted at it. It's more than just conversation, although that's a good start. We have to go back to inhabiting similar areas. We have to go back to inhabiting similar states. I think the issue that we're running into right now, more than anything else, is people living in completely separate realities at the moment, such that if we were even to describe basic reality, how many illegal immigrants came into the United States last year? That should be a factual number that we could know. How many? The actual number is probably in the hundreds of thousands. I think some conservatives think it's 3 million per year over the past 3 years because they look at like border contacts or they look at asylum seekers and they're not looking at. I think it's 3.6 million that came into the U.S. and stayed. Yes, through the southern border. Okay. So you know the history. Historically, there's like 50 million people who pulled south of the United States illegally. That's like the whole history of illegal immigration in the United States. But some, we can say that that's an example of us living in a fundamentally different reality.
A Pew Research Group has established quite conclusively that the last 20 years for illegal migration in the south border is between 300,000 and 1.2 million.
Well, Pew Research can only establish, I think, the number of people attempting to cross. I don't know if they can. No, I don't think Pew does like census analysis. I have to see.
Well, I don't know. That's a tradition, right?
Sure.
We don't know how you measure how many illegal immigrants there are actually in the country.
I understand. I just want to point out, I agree with you. I listen to a lot of Rush Limbaugh growing up. I understand the fear of having a government agency say, climate change, therefore, we have a blank check to do whatever we want. That's a scary.
It's what they are doing.
The conservatives do the same thing, though.
I'm not
making it worse. But the problem is, I think people don't talk about it. So, for instance, so we can pretend now that seems bad because they infringe my freedom. But what's in the conservative argument? The conservative argument is that that's what's going to happen. My side effects are going to happen. There's going to be all this corruption related to vaccine distribution, to crazier theories or microchips and blah, blah, blah. But true.
This is the equivalent of 70 eggs. Sitting right on your shelf for times when you need them most. That could be tomorrow or 25 years from now. That's right. Our eggs last up to 25 years. Fresh eggs, not so much. My eggs have one more trick up their sleeve. These are packed with 33 essential nutrients to keep your mind and body performing at its highest level.
want Zex, and I'm going to help by giving you $10 off every can. Limited time only. Go to nutrientsurvival.com and use the code on your screen. Feed your freedom. Nutrient Survival.
Absolutely. The conservative fear-mongering related to the mRNA vaccines came to fruition, but now that's all forgotten. And that was
What do you mean? What do you make of the... Imagine being able to transition academic papers, textbooks, websites, emails, or PDFs into an audio format that you can listen to while on the road.
Where would you like to fly to?
Exactly this. It's a convenient and flexible solution for those who want to learn anytime, anywhere. Listening app offers lifelike AI voices complete with emotion and intonation for a realistic listening experience. It allows you to indulge in your love for reading and learning, even when you're on the go. Take your studying to the next level by holding your notes and listening to the content feature every time you come across a key idea. Simply click the Add Note button, and the app instantly adds the last few sentences to your easily convert text and listen anywhere, making your travel time more enjoyable and not as
That's still
Jordan and use code Jordan at checkout. It's listening.com/Jordan.
That's still recharging.
At checkout today.
Forgotten. And
What do you mean? What do you make of the excess deaths?
there are, that for related to vaccines, there are almost none. It's the mRNA
It's too
vaccines.
far away.
Related to vaccines. We absolutely.
That's not my question. Excess deaths in Europe are up 20%, and the US is the end of the COVID period.
Really high to me. Back afterwards, but is this including like the Ukrainian war with Russia?
No, it's not including the Ukrainian war.
Okay. What are you implying that you think it's because of vaccines?
I'm not implying anything. I said what the excess deaths are.
What's your take on what is causing it? You said that on a counter to me describing mRNA vaccines, you said, well, the access deaths are 20%, and these implications that the vaccines are causing.
Okay, first of all, something is causing
that. Actually, yeah.
something is causing, or some combination of factors.
Sure.
One possibility is that the healthcare systems were so disrupted by our insane focus
COVID as well.
Post-COVID.
Post-COVID. Okay.
Right. They're terrified. They're terrified. They're not besides.
Fitness charts are Sure, but I mean, that's a metric that you can Google, and I'm pretty sure there are like 3 different locations in the world.
Every single European country.
That's still recharging. I can't cast that yet. That's isn't ready yet.
The increase in depression, anxiety.
It's still recharging.
Oh my god, it does that much damage?
Vaccine that was not tested by any stretch of the imagination with the thoroughness that it should have before it was forced upon people.
I need to
And it led to a rise in myocarditis among young men. We also know there is no reason whatsoever to ever recommend that vaccine was delivered to young children. The risk of death in COVID was so close to zero that it might as well have been zero.
When you're talking about a disease, the risk of death is the only thing that you worry about. It is also
Transmission. It's another thing that we can talk about.
transmission.
Yeah, it didn't want anything to do with transmission.
Absolutely, they basically didn't get rid of transmission, but at least only if you take one reading of one single quote. I think that Biden said one time where he said, "Oh, come on." I've heard so many times they were saying, "Oh, you can't take anything Trump says seriously." Biden, one time of an answer says, "If you get the vaccine, you won't try this." Which was it? No,
You know that our Prime Minister in Canada deprived Canadians of the right to travel for 6 months because
there's a 0% chance of transmitting the disease. The idea is that vaccines reduces your hospitalization, reduces death, it reduces transmission, hopefully by making it so that people don't get sick or don't get sicker as well. All three of those things, the vaccines did exceedingly well. They continue to do it to this day, but especially for the first variant and then the Delta variant, the vaccines helped immensely. They were tested. The myocarditis rates are like 7 out of 100,000 injections. And myocarditis is generally acute, and it's generally not as bad as even getting the coronavirus itself, which will lead you also to
much worse side effect than side effects that have caused other vaccines to be taken off the market before.
And so 7 out of 100,000 rate of acute myocarditis. Pericarditis is not a worse I think that's completely acceptable, given that the disease itself is more likely to cause myocarditis or pericarditis.
Yeah, but I don't think the data suggests or support that presupposition anymore. The latest peer-reviewed studies show that that's simply not true, especially among young men.
So there's an age bracket of young men with a elevated rate of myocarditis, acute myocarditis from vaccine might have been higher. But we're talking about like 3 or 4 cases per year. Myocarditis are generally acute conditions.
I told you at the beginning of this conversation that the progressive leftists were on the side of the pharmaceutical companies.
It's not about being on the side of the pharmaceutical companies, but
really,
yeah.
So what I see,
Talk to me.
as the unholy part of that alliance with pharmaceutical companies is that it dovetails with the radical utopians' willingness to use power to impose their utopian vision.
Well, then what do you think?
Otherwise, how would you explain it? Because the leftists should have been the ones that were most skeptical about the bloody pharmaceutical companies, and they jumped on the vaccine bandwagon in exactly the same way that you're doing right now.
Pharmaceutical companies have helped us tremendously.
Yeah, right. There we go. Fine. No,
Modern medicine.
That's better, isn't
dominate the advertising landscape.
Do you think
a tinge of malevolence? Do you think you're going to extract money out of people and putting their health on the line?
Do you think it's pharmaceutical companies?
Not particularly.
Okay. Do you think that any vaccines work?
Yes.
Do you think that any?
You think 80 of them work? Once for babies. I think that's a little risky.
You've been on this vaccine schedule for how many decades?
This, like this, not like this, not carefully.
We had a ton of vaccines when I was a child. I'm pretty sure that was the norm for people. There were a ton of vaccines.
There's more now.
And you think?
You can understand why. I mean, look, no doubt, part of it is a consequence of the genuine willingness to protect children. But the moral aspect is quite clear. People on the left used to be aware of this.
Where do you think the mRNA vaccine speeding up of it came from? How do you make the fact that it was Donald Trump that did not speed? So
Foolish panicking, just like we're doing with the climate issue.
So you think Trump was panicking? Was he invented the pharmaceuticals? Was he working with the left? Or was it just a dumb, that was the only panicky thing he made? He didn't push for the mass lockdowns like other pro-life people wanted him to do. That was just the one mistake he made, was pushing for the vaccine.
I think Trump made all sorts of mistakes, and lots, and it certainly wasn't only the left. It stampeded, of course, COVID. But it was most surprising to me that it emerged on the left. Because
I can't cast it. That's fair, isn't it? I can't cast it.
they use force.
Use force.
They don't generally use force to invade people's bodies.
A lot of vaccine mandates been a thing in Canada, the United States, and the entire world. We said we don't generally use force. We absolutely use force. We even force vaccines for a long time. It's an important part of the
consequence of that.
I need to get close. spell.
Track record of safety and shoehorning it in there was one of the ways to make sure that people weren't terrified of the technology. And you know what?
You're not understanding it's because they're injecting something that's inoculating you against something in the future because of those proteins that resemble a virus that are
There are
used.
overlaps between the mRNA technologies and vaccines, to be sure. But they wouldn't be put forward with
It's still recharging. That spell isn't ready. I can't That's still
makes it something so new. The potential danger of its mass administration is highly probable to be
isn't ready. That spell isn't ready.
Every single organization around the world is motivated all this sort of it's bad thing. You know, like Russia and China would be screaming if Donald Trump or the United States warp sped through a vaccine that was having deleterious effects on populations all around the world. You don't think there would be some academic institution, you didn't think there'd be more than a handful of doctors or Joe Rogan and some conservatives saying this vaccine might have American companies working with companies in Europe and Germany especially, right? So that's where BioNTech is from, in order to create or manufacture a vaccine that was causing deaths all around the world. There are so many different people that we motivated to pull this out. I'm calling it out. It's a handful of people. Where the government's calling it out, where the academic institutions calling it out, where are the other private companies calling it out? Wouldn't you stand to make a killing if you were a private company in Europe? You could say, look, the mRNA vaccines for sure are causing all of these issues. Why wouldn't Putin? Why wouldn't Xi Jinping? Why wouldn't anybody else in the world call this out? It's horrible as it was.
There are plenty of people attempting to call
Nobody credible and no cute institution.
What do you make the excess deaths? You can come up with a bloody
You need to know if there are 20% of excess deaths in Europe right now. I think gas on the it's going to be abusive. One might be lingering effects of an overall healthcare system. Another one might be deaths related to the war in Ukraine. Another one might be rising energy costs that are
assuming it's possible that any could be unintended consequences of novel technology injected into millions of people.
I think that first of all, there are millions of people in Europe. So if there were excess deaths, I understand, but you're talking about excess deaths in Europe. I'm not aware of excess deaths that exist in other places that are completely equivalent unaccounted for, where the only explanation would be the vaccine. There were.
Well, first of all, the number of people talking about something is not an indication of the scientific validity of the claim. Why are you using mass consensus as the determinant of what constitutes truth?
I think
It's never been the case.
Because I think for something that was given to billions and billions of people, if this was something that was beneficial effect on people, it would be.
There it is. Looks like you got some of it on you too. Kinda slimy, eh? Well, thanks a lot for all the trouble, adventurer. This stuff will be worth a fortune if I can convince the centaurs what it is.
The mRNA vaccine.
Glad I could help.
Reported for every single vaccine ever created since the dawn of time. And not by a small margin. So it's not just the excess deaths, it's the VAERS data.
What is VAERS data?
It's the data that until the COVID-19 pandemic emerged, and we had the unfortunate consequence that there were so many side effects being reported, it was the gold standard for determining whether or not vaccines were safe. Now, as soon as it started to misbehave on the mRNA vaccine front, we decided that we were going to doubt the validity of the VAERS reporting system.
Hey, the VAERS reporting system never the gold standard for anything. VAERS reporting is just going to report that there is some issue that you have after getting a vaccine. That's it. And it gets back to
what the hell do you think it was set up for?
To report adverse events happen after a vaccine, to track and see if something was related to the vaccine.
Right.
So most people didn't even know VAERS existed until after the COVID vaccine. Once people know that it exists, of course more people are going to engage with it. But what so of course, well, it could be or couldn't be. So what do you do when?
Well, first of all, you might begin by suggesting that maybe it's not all noise.
Correct. So with all of these things are admitted to bears, what they do is investigate. All you can do, all bears is I might go and get a vaccine, and maybe in 3 days I go, I got a headache. I'm gonna go ahead and call my doctor and make this report. And they'll say, okay, well, it's an adverse event after vaccine. Perspective, randomized controlled trials.
You mean it's the ones they should have done to the goddamn vaccines?
Ones that they did do for the vaccines, and they continue to this day. Yes, that is correct.
Yeah.
Yes,
You really think that you're in a position to evaluate the scientific credibility of the trials for the vaccines, do you?
No, I don't. So I have to trust.
Then what are you
doing?
I don't trust. How do you trust the blood?
First of all, you have to trust third parties to some extent. You go outside. You don't have to trust. Of course you do. You do every day. When you turn the keys in your car, you hope your engine doesn't explode. When you're drinking water, you hope that the public water or whatever tap or bottled water you got it out of is contaminated or poisoned with cholera.
I don't believe that as a consequence of consensus.
No, of course you do.
No, I don't. I do that as a consequence of observing the times that when I put the goddamn key in the ignition, the truck started.
You know it's going to start the 50th or the 100th time. How many times do you wear the...
to me.
I'm not playing you. You don't know if the venom in those genes isn't leaking in your bloodstream. To some extent, we have to trust third-party institutions. Self-determination.
Use force.
It's almost that when they use force. We trust the police officers, we trust the judicial system, we trust not a defunder, but if somebody's breaking into your house, you can be the most defund person in the world. Who are you going to call? Are you going to call your neighbor? Are you going to call Joe Biden? Are you going to call Obama? Are you going to call the Black Panthers? You're going to call
So tell me this.
Down.
I don't have a target.
This feature on the conservative side now, in the aftermath of the COVID tyranny, because it was more a tyranny than a pandemic, are now saying that we actually didn't force anybody to take the vaccine. So what do you think of that claim? So let's define folks.
I think it's technically true, but I think it's silly.
What do you mean it's technically
true? In the United States, at least, I think the idea, what they tried to do, they weren't able to do it because the Supreme Court shut it down, was Biden tried to make it so that OSHA, who's the body that regulates job safety, could make it so that employees had to get vaccinated. I don't think that it would...
This is a serious question. Because we need to define what constitutes force. It seems to me
to argue it's a type of force, sure. I mean, I think it'd be silly to say it's nothing. It is a type of force. It's telling you unless you're going to be killed. No, but it's on the spectrum. Sure, of course, yeah.
It's as much force as the mRNA vaccines are vaccines.
Sure. And it's a type of force, and the mRNA vaccines are vaccines.
Problem was with the COVID response, I really think the use of force. I mean, I can understand to some degree. I'm very skeptical of the pharmaceutical companies, and far more skeptical than insistence upon the utility of consensus might lead me to believe you're skeptical of them, which is surprising, I would say, given
Very skeptical. That's why I'm glad there's multiple companies, multiple countries, multiple academic institutions that do research, and the FDA. I'm very skeptical. You should be in any private system. You should be skeptical of every private company, of course. Whether we're talking media, pharmaceuticals, or automobile manufacturers, yeah. But skepticism doesn't mean a blind adherence to the complete total opposite of whatever it is they're saying, right? For years, then 5 years ago, it's consistent. Yeah, so I mean,
but if you're skeptical,
some degree of force, right? Some degree of force is probably necessary for any kind of cohesive society, right?
No, I don't believe that.
Dash.
No, even if you had a tribe of 100, 120 people, if somebody was stealing something, right? You have to punish that person.
I said earlier that becomes complicated when you're dealing with the psychopathic types. So it's a complication. Generally speaking, the necessity is for societal policy. No, I don't think. See, I'm not particularly Hobbesian. I don't think that the only reason people hurt themselves with a certain degree of civility in civilized societies they're terrified by the fact that the government has a monopoly of force that can be brought against them at any moment. I think that keeps the psychopaths in line to some degree, but I think that most people are enticed into a cooperative relationship, and that formulating the structure of relationship possible is a sign of good policy.
I have watched a lot of your stuff in the past. I remember you speaking very distinctly on this, that for instance, when two men are communicating with each other, there is an underlying threat of force that kind of puts up the guardrails of those particular social interactions. For example,
The threat of force is don't be psychopathic.
well, what is it? How broader is psychopathic here? We're defining.
You can define that.
Sure, yeah, go for it.
Well, a psychopath will gain short-term advantage at the cost of long-term
Vanish.
relationship. It's really the core issue. Well, you know, you made a reference to something like that earlier in your discussion when you pointed out that people claim to be motivated, let's say, by principle, but will default to short-term gratification more or less at their own hands.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the exaggerated proclivity to do that is the essence of psychopathy. So it's a very term.
With this definition of psychopathy,
It's not a definition of psychopathy. It's not bad. It's not mine. It's the core of psychopathy.
okay, in the United States, they call it ASPD now.
No, it's separate from that's antisocial personality disorder. Psychopathy is psychopathy is more like it's more the pathological core of antisocial personality disorder.
Okay, maybe that makes sense.
That's a better way. Like the worst. A small number of criminals are responsible for the vast majority of crimes. It's 1 mid 65%, something like that.
Do you think is psychopathy something that can be environmentally induced, or do you think this is core to a person?
It's both. So, for example, if you're disagreeable, like you are, by the way, one of your proclivity, if you went wrong, would be to go wrong in an antisocial and psychopathic direction. And that's more true of men, for example, than it is for women. That's why men are more likely to be imprisoned by a law. It's 10 to 1, 20 to 1, generally, depends on the particular crime. With it being a higher proportion of men as the violence of the crime mounts. So you can imagine the genetic versus environment side. So imagine that when you're delivered your temperamental cards, you're going to have a certain set of advantages that go along with them that are part and parcel of that genetic determination, and there's going to be a certain set of temptations as well. So, for example, if you're high in trait neuroticism, you're going to be quite sensitive to the suffering of others and be able to detect that. That's useful for infant care, but the cost you'll pay is that you'll be more likely to develop depression and anxiety. And if you're disagreeable, extroverted, and unconscientious, then the place you'll go if you go badly is in the psychopathic or antisocial direction. And there are environmental determinants of that to some degree.
Sure, genes express themselves in a better way. I agree. I'm just curious for the definition of psychopathy. Short-term gain at the expense of long-term
relationship. Really, that's probably the best way. Yeah.
You look at stuff like people that are self-destructive, say people that engage in behaviors like obesity. Is that like a type of psychopathy to you, or is that like something different, or how do you define this types of things, or how do you view that type of thing?
Well, no. There is an overlap in that addictive processes, one of which might lead to obesity, to have this problem of prioritization of the short term. The distinct, so that overlaps with the short term orientation of the psychopath, but a psychopath is, see, an obese person is gaining anything from your demise to facilitate their obesity. So there's a predatory and parasitical element to psychopathy that's not there in other addictive short-term processes.
Do you think is it possible that there are things, because then to circle back to the tribal example I gave, is it possible that people can commit harms against other people where they're not necessarily gaining from their demise, but it's just some other sort of gain? And so for instance, let's say like I'm fucking surprised I'm just gossiping or shit talking another person. I'm not necessarily feeling good that I'm trashing them per se. I'm feeling good because this group of friends want to give me more favorable links. I have like a
well, but that's the game right there. And you are contributing to the demise of the people you are gossiping about.
But I think there's like, I feel like there's fundamentally different type of thought process between like, I want to tell you something juicy about this guy because it'll make you like me, versus in case of juicy about this guy, I hate this guy. I want him to like have a worse reputation among people. I feel like there's different drivers for that.
I would say that's an interesting distinction. I would say probably.
I can't cast it yet. That spell isn't ready. That's still in charge.
The popularity inducing malevolence.
Yeah, the only reason it's that we have such guardrails for. It's that type of like selfish malevolence where you're not doing anything. Even the majority of malevolence in the world is usually people acting selfishly or inconsiderate, not necessarily.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think that, well, that's why Dante outlined some hell, right? Yeah, well, exactly that. I mean, that book was an investigation into the structure of malevolence, right? He put betrayal at the bottom, which I think is right. I think that's right, because people develop traumatic stress disorder, for example. It's too far away. Of social structures, we might as well start from the base level of social structure and scaffold up.
Sure. So if it's like a wife is upset at a husband, for instance,
We can't invite anyone else.
Use of force, like a negative punishment. You're removing a stimulus to punish a person. So yeah, would you consider that like a use of force, or
I would say it would depend to some degree on the intent.
the intent?
That spell isn't ready. It's too far away. Get closer.
To gain an advantage that's short-term for one person. That's released in the aftermath of disagreement can be tilted in the direction of those traits, and that's when it becomes malevolent, and that's when the problem of force starts to become paramount. Because I think that the fundamental presupposition was both Hobbesian and ill-formed. I do not believe that the basis for the civilized polity is force. Now you're saying that you can't abjure the use of force entirely, and I can say unfortunately that's true. But if the policy isn't invitational, if I can't make a case that it's powerful enough for you to go there voluntarily, that the policy is flawed. It may be that we have some cases where we can't do better than a flawed policy because we're not smart enough.
I can't cancel it. It's too far away. That's still the Georgia. I can't cancel it. That's still the Georgia. I can't cancel it.
Most criminals start to burn out around 27. So it spikes. This big spike when
I That spell isn't ready. I can't cast that.
Reasons, I mean, look at the bloody places. They're great tools for crime in large, but if you keep them there until they're old enough, they tend to mature out of that. Except the worst of them tend to mature out of that predatory, short-term oriented lifestyle. So,
Yeah, I agree.
the force issue.
Yeah, I agree. So I'm fundamentally to clear my stance on, I agree that fundamentally you're not building society on force. If for no other reason, because it'd be so much biological history and an important part of the animal kingdom. And I think to some degree, tit for tat punishment is important to
force or justice.
You can call it what it is.
Oh no, I'm curious what you think. This is a very serious question. Because the tit for tat,
So there are different types of tit for tat systems, right? You've got tit for tat, you've got tit for tat tat, you've got there's all sorts of types of systems where maybe you let somebody make a mistake 1 or 2 times, but you can't
I can't cast it. That's still recharging. I can't cast it yet.
To some extent, sure, it can be. Or a problem with the right that's far too high. No problem.
I need to get closer. That spell isn't ready yet.
Consider that.
That's still
exponentially in populations. That is what happens. So here's the data. Most people who abuse their children were abused as children. Most people who are abused as children do not abuse their children. The reason for that is because if you are abused, there's 2 reasons you will get something. Every single family would be abused to the core very rapidly. What happens is the proclivity for violence is self out. It's a consequence of intergenerational transmission. So the notion that privation is a pathway to criminality, that's not a well-founded formulation. And there are an infinite number of counterexamples, and they're crucial. Some of the best people I know, and I mean that literally.
crime of young men. I need to get closer. The underlying motive is. It's not even redress of the
economically prosperous areas, that the men there are actually seeking economic prosperity. They're also just trying to elevate status, but they do it through economic prosperity. Right?
They do it with a longer term vision in mind. I'm sure they're trying to elevate.
I don't
just
support
that in the police. They do it with a much longer term.
I need to get closer.
Fundamentally, it's probably more like
I need some charges. That's still the charge. I can't cancel.
Driving factor behind care for your children is an elevation in your status.
No, but I'm saying that the elevation of status might be what allows you to take care of them. So, for instance, one of the biggest predictors of getting married is just already this position. Well, that's what I'm saying. So it's a big compliment.
Oh.
Okay, look, we're running out of time.
The tat thing, there is some underlying built into probably our genes, right? Because we see it all throughout the animal kingdom that there's some level of punishment, some level of force.
But I think it's the right.
It's justice when you're the tatter, not when you're the titter, right? When you're the tatter, it's retribution.
No, I don't think that's true either. Look, if you read Crime and Punishment, for example, one of the things you see that emerges when Raskolnikov gets away with murder, and it's a brutal murder, and he gets away with it, it's completely clear, and he has a justification for it. And what happens as a consequence is that he disturbs his own relationship with himself so profoundly that he can't stand it, such that when a just punishment is finally meted out to him, it's a relief. It's not rare. It is, like, there isn't anything more terrifying. This is why Crime and Punishment is such a great novel. There isn't anything more terrifying than breaking a moral rule that you had the ability to break and finding out that you're somewhere now that you really don't want to be. And you know, there's nothing worse in your own life than waiting for the other shoe to drop. If you've transgressed against the moral rule and now you're an outsider because it's too far away, the fact that you have just retribution coming to you.
I can't cancel that
yet. For your atonement and your integration.
Let's go. This isn't ready.
Strategy to distribute the vaccine would have been much more effective. It was bad policy. Right. We're in an emergency. We have to use force. It's like, no, you weren't. It wasn't the kind of emergency that justified force, not least because behavioral psychologists have known for decades that force is actually not a very effective motivator. It produces a vicious kickback. One of the things, this is going to happen for sure, it's that the net deaths, people stopping using valid vaccines as a concept. You violate those system this conversation, we're here voluntarily. If we're trying to hash things out and in good faith, neither of us compelled the other to come here, and neither of us are compelled to continue. So that makes it a fair game. And a fair game is something that everyone can be invited to. It's not something that's neither right nor left. It's something we conceivably agree on. And I also think it would have the
That's still the
What are you trying to accomplish? Let's start with that. We found a little bit about who you are.
It's too far away. I can't cast it yet. I can't.
Dude, Hammer of the Righteous is insane. That spell isn't ready. That's still recharging. I can't cast that yet.
Intense speculation.
I feel like the homogeneity, I feel like it's not so much.
I can't cast that. That's still
situation where somebody might get up.
Thank you very much for coming in today. It's much appreciated, and you're a sharp debater. So that's fun to see. I do think that your closing remarks were
It's too far away. That's still in Georgia.
The alternative to talking is
I can't.
alternative to that, death by offense, is death. So maybe to substitute Thank you very much for everyone watching and listening.
That's still in Georgia. I need a target.
Another half an hour or so on the Daily Wire side. So if you're inclined, tune into that. We'll find out a little bit more about the background of our current interviewee yesterday.
I can't. That's still in Georgia. I can't cast
You're not selling on Shopify. And what does it sound like with Shopify? That's much better. Start selling with Shopify today. You just need to go to shopify.com/THEO. That's SHOPIFY.com/THEO to take your business to the next level today. Liquid IV, if you want to get hydrated and stay hydrated. You want to drink something, make it feel like you drank something. Liquid IV can help. They're the #1 powdered hydration brand in America. They're also now available in sugar-free. That's right. Years in the making, Hydration Multiplier Sugar-Free uses a proprietary zero sugar hydration solution. Official sweeteners. With 3 times the electrolytes of a leading sports drink, plus 8 vitamins and nutrients for everyday wellness. Liquid IV hydrates 2 times faster than water alone. We've got some great flavors: white peach, green and lemon. 1 stick of Liquid IV in 16 ounces of water hydrates you 2 times faster and more efficiently than water alone.
I can't use
Even
that.
water. Real people, real flavor, real hydrating now, sugar-free. Grab your Liquid IV Hydration Multiplier Sugar-Free in bulk. We ship at Costco. Get 20% off when you go to liquidv.com and use code THEO at checkout. That's 20% off anything you order. Use promo code THEO at Liquid IV. You feel like you've been kicked a lot because you're like a loud. You're like a loud Canadian, right? You're the loudest Canadian since like Celine Dion, right?
can't cast that yet. That's still recharging. I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet.
Say up the current.
I can't cast it. That's still recharging.
We had enough sense for a very long time to keep.
I can't. That's still recharging.
I think that we contributed to a large degree, and I think we did that back in the 1980s.
I can't cast that yet. I need to get
I think that's that also may be why this place is somewhat more collectivist, let's say, than the U.S. I mean, winter here is still a funny joke, and you know, everybody pushes their neighbors out of snowbanks in the winter.
Are you gonna sell pay-per-view to it? I fucking love Theo Vaughn, man. Dude is a fucking goat. Oh my god, who's fucking pulled that shit, man?
First of all, I'm not exactly so sure that you should be nice all the time. I think we, as a culture, put ourselves into an awful lot of trouble by being a little bit too nice. Like, I'm not so sure. I'll give you an example of that. So, Nicola Sturgeon, who's the former Prime Minister of Scotland, said, any man who says that he's a woman is a woman. I think, well, that's pretty nice. If the guy wants to be a woman, well, we can just go, what harm could it do? And then the serial sexual slayers in prisons decided that maybe they were women. If maybe then they could go to women's prisons. And you don't think that serial sexual killer will manipulate his image to get access to women, you are a complete blithering bloody idiot. Of
course, that's exactly what happened in Scotland. And so Sturgeon was called out on her ecological compassion, and it was one of the things that led to her resignation. It's like tolerance beyond a certain
I can't cancel it. That's still
alcoholism as a pathology. The first thing you do is you look at amount and frequency, let's say, but that's not enough. It has to be a high amount frequently that causes substantial disruption to one or more important domains of life. So if you're wondering whether you're drinking too much, you think, well, is it
That's still recharging.
good socially or in the long term not suffice. We all know that. There's lots of things like drinking is a great experience.
Anything wet.
I can't cancel it yet. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet.
You know, the only time I really do things I regret. Yeah, well, that's It's mean to say that. It's like there's nothing sexual about grown men with false breasts dressing up in negligees, which are clearly sexually provocative and aimed to children. There's nothing sexual. It's like expressing their genuine opinions to their students. But I mean, that's game over, right? Because the only thing you have as an educator, certainly is as a physician.
on the accuser is for the accuser constantly.
I need to talk. So I
It's funny because in some sense, this is also what I'm being accused of doing. In some sense, I'm saying trolls obviously behind the shit. Why demon? The answer is because using a computer, you're not exactly human. If you're just discourse, and so I believe we have disinhibited the psychopaths online, and that's a recipe for disaster.
But there's no way to figure. But I don't know if there's a way to like fix that. You know, it feels like there's no like unless you had to have like the exact, unless you couldn't be anonymous online, right?
Yeah.
Which I mean, that was the problem that happened with social media. Everything developed so quickly. There's been just no jurisdiction over it. I mean, it's just, and so it's, but then news outlets will use it as if it's like gossip, like it's like actual information, you know, like they'll use a tweet from somebody in a basement somewhere or in a birdhouse or whatever. Somebody could be in a birdhouse, and they'll say, oh, well, this guy, you know, Ricky Birdhouse 40, you know, he's pissed off about this. It's like, who gives a shit? Anything in his life, why should he be able to suddenly challenge someone who's worked their butt off to have like a stance or a space?
Well, we all.
But it also does that person deserve to have a voice still, you know, like.
Well, there's a bunch of problems. You know, we felt that democratizing the public forum was going to be a good idea. You know, and you can understand that because.
What do you mean democratize?
Well, so that everybody would have a voice.
Okay, right. Okay,
but then by the same token, you know, you own your house, and no dimwit off the street can just come into the middle of your house and not only yell at you, but also yell at you and all of your friends simultaneously.
Yeah.
And he can do that online.
Right.
And it's not good. There's no barriers, and so. And the problem with that is that, and this is back to this problem of tolerance, is that there's about 3% of the population, we know this cross-culturally, who have tetrad personality features.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
Yeah. So they're Machiavellian, which means they're manipulative. They're narcissistic, which means they want unearned attention. They're psychopathic, which means that they have no empathy for other people. And so that was the dark triad originally, but they had to add the dimension to that, which was sadistic. It's positive to like hate others. And we know that the online troll types, especially the ones that are anonymous, are much more likely to have those 4 sets of personality characteristics. It's about 3% of the population. 3% of the population.
I'm out of range.
Danger to the integrity of society. Justice enterprise is devoted to keeping that small percentage of people under control. So like 1% of the criminals commit 65% of the crimes. Right? It's a specialization. And that small percentage of people is so dangerous as well that if they get the upper hand, they'll tear everything down. Partly because they think if everything's rude, they'll have a chance to shine. But also because of their sadistic quality. If they can produce excess misery, well, so much the better. We're enabling them online, so we imagine we have the real world, and then we create a parallel world on top of it. Represent. There's ways it doesn't represent it. One way is that the psychopaths, the dark tetrad types, types, they can get it. So imagine this. So 35% of internet traffic is pornography. That's a criminal enterprise. So 1/3 of the net is controlled by criminals. Then there's an immense amount of criminal activity per se on the net. Like, I don't know anyone elderly who isn't targeted at least on a weekly basis by online scam artists. So they usually have detailed dossiers of those elderly people's financial resources and assets, and they are after them 100% of the time.
People selling them gold, people selling them like salt, like salinization plants. They're always selling them something. Nigerians, selling them, fish or vacations or something.
So you have the outright criminals, say, running the pornography industry, then you have the personal criminals who are doing financial scams, and then you have the trolls, and that's like 60% of the internet. It's not good, and you can't control them. Like, anonymous criminality is invisible. You can be operating from anywhere, and we don't know what to do about that now.
It's too far away.
Anonymity shouldn't be allowed. I think that the social media companies should split off the anonymous people from the real people. I think they should allow anonymous people to post, and I think you can go and read posts, but I don't think they should be mixed in with real people. I'm also concerned, though, and this is a conundrum. It's like, if you don't allow anonymity, you can't get verified. If you have digitally verified ID, then you run into the problems of digitally verified ID, and they're up down that road in China now. So in China, for example, this is going to happen here, I think, too. Although maybe people will fight it. If a traffic camera catches you jaywalking in China, okay, so the digital ID system has you, has your blood, has your genetic code, has your photograph. It can identify how you walk, so even if you can't see a face, you can be picked up by gait. It will convict you of jaywalking and take money out of your bank account, no intermediating judiciary at all, and show a picture of you to the people in the neighborhood so they know that you have jaywalked, and reduce your social credit score. And if your social credit score falls below a limit, then you can't buy drinks from a vending machine. You can't play video games. You can't go on a train. You can't get out of your 15-minute city. All that's already in place in China.
Do you think that would be helpful or unhelpful?
I think it would bring in, and it has already in China, I think it will bring in a totalitarian tyranny so 100% complete, it would make George Orwell's 1984 look like a picnic. Microchipping welding machines in China now, so you won't be able to use a welding machine without scanning your face. They have locked down knives in China. Knives are literally chained to the computer, and no, in your house, knives, right? It's the extension. So you have
taking a knife and doing something dangerous.
Yeah, they don't want you taking a knife and doing anything at all.
Yes.
Ever. Yeah, and there's no limit to how pervasive that.
I wonder if we're starting to come to that, because this is one thing I worry about, like AI. So this takes me into like the public soapbox, right, has kind of been compromised in a way that we all use these platforms now, right? Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, a lot of social media platforms. That's how we communicate now. That's like the public forum. That's our voice.
Yeah.
So our voice is really kind of its own by it's not own, but it's own. The
Evasion.
space we're in. It's almost like it feels like the paper is out. You know what I'm saying? Like
Vanish. Sprint. Evasion.
yeah. It's compromised by the government. It was unbelievable.
I mean, it's like Facebook has been objecting to all the Russian that's being objected to censor it. It's a public forum, it's democratized, but as you said, it's also centralized, right? The fact that it's centralized means that it's instantly amenable to state control, and that's been happening to an immense degree, and that's part of the reason. I think the fact that Musk has escaped from that, also put his middle finger up against it, is part of the reason he's being targeted by the Department of Justice right now for people would have been illegal under their laws to hire. That to me is unbelievable. I mean, it's just like, what a phrase, didn't even chase somebody down. Yeah, well, they say the process is the punishment, right? When you're facing, this is what's happening in Canada too. It's like I'm essentially facing an adversary that has indefinite resources and time, right? So, right. They just hope to, yeah, they can just. They could just. They're not going to though. So they're not going to. Yeah, I'm prepared for this, and I'm not guilty.
That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready. That's still recharging. I can't cast that yet.
As I scoured my conscience, I stand by what I said. I didn't say those things casually. They may have looked casual.
Oh shit.
So there's a comedic element to virtually everything. So, for example, one of the things that came after me was somebody was parading around on the net, and they were saying, what kind of has too many people on it? It's unsustainable. Now, when I hear something like that, I think, just who gets to go? We're going to push off the lifeboat. We're going to push off the lifeboat, and under what circumstances? And you think there are too many people on the planet? It's like, are you pro-planet? I'm just anti-human. And so I said, feel free to leave at any time. Which is obviously an ironic comment if you have an iota of sense. And the complaint was that I was counseling to suicide. Right. Well, did you put like a pistol emoji or anything or nothing? You didn't do a coffin emoji? No, it's straight face. Oh, well, that's not even allowed. Yeah, it's not even allowed anymore. We had presented an episode, and she talked about, she made like a off-color, it was a snide, it was a sarcastic comment about Holocaust. She said nobody died in the Holocaust, which was crazy. She's Jewish. She said it was part of like a series of things she said, but they took our episode down because people didn't want to recognize satire. At first it was fine for 3 weeks, and then somebody online, a troll really just said, they just took a clip, right? And so it became this thing. And then we had to take our episode down. But what's interesting to me is now it feels like the paper that we write on, it's a mind of its own. The paper determines what words you say. Say if you went back in time, somebody wrote something, but then the paper, it was able to reconfigure those words or delete some of those words. That's a good image, actually. Where it feels like we are now. It's like, well, somebody owns the paper. It's worse than that. I think they not only they own the paper,
Raising
they
trash.
own the numbers themselves. Well, when you see view counts, for example, on YouTube, those view counts aren't up to date. And that's a problem because numbers are kind of base rock reality, and if someone's got control of the numbers, the actual count. Exactly, and that's a really good example of that paper shifting. It's like you can control the numbers themselves. It's going to be worse than that even because we're going to invent systems that change the numbers, let's say, in ways that we don't understand for reasons we don't understand because we don't understand how AI systems work. This is a fear that I have is, what if, so say if we start to
Innovate.
the only thing we're allowed to post to
Stealth.
so then you write what you really feel and what you want to say, and then it says this is what you're allowed to say. Well, as soon as we get there, it's already right. And then it's like, what's value to me as a person? If I put my feelings in and it's like, well, this is what you're then give it to GPT.
I can't cast that.
Exactly the same question, except to do it without body. And it immediately produced a laudatory prompt. I use it all the time. It's actually extremely useful, although it's at the time, so you have to be very awake to the script. And you can also corner it. So, for example, I said to ChatGPT, and this wasn't something I had invented. I had read it. Something physiologically bent. You can build sensorial mechanisms into systems that no one for example.
That's still the
So we can easily
They can't say what they want to say. Like, what side effects are we going to see from losses of free speech if that's too far away? Same spaces as you, right? Social media, online, a lot. So, I wonder if I'm hyper sensitive to
Jews always suffer because when things go sideways, people hate successful minorities. And so when a society starts to
Jews suffer if they eat yogurt too.
That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready.
Essentially a free speech comedy organization because they feel that comedy is so threatened in the UK. Yeah.
Live, here's what's interesting though too. Live performance isn't, right? So that is also a unique value.
After talking to him for about a minute, I knew something was up because he talked, the way they talked, the voice was cadence, everything 100% perfect. And of course, we've already seen deep fake videos, and they're going to become extremely.
That's still recharging.
So, what are we going to do when photographs and videos can be faked with perfect fidelity?
Dude, I am literally fucking just slapping.
Well, I think in some ways we're not very far from
That's still recharging. I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet.
So you can take an AI system, for example, and you can train it on everything Nietzsche wrote.
Oh yeah,
Or
Eric's
everything else.
performing out of the American Legion.
Yeah, well, and then you can add to that computer-generated photorealistic avatar, and you can voice recording, and then you're going to We've started experimenting with these sorts of things. Using a virtual Nietzsche, we have a virtual King James Bible, so you can ask the Bible any question. Yeah, I know it's very strange. It's like I don't even know what to think about that because the AI system belongs to
That's still
choice is that? Hey, boys. Yeah.
That'd be cool.
idea just of like some niche marketing, you know? It's a great place to start. Use BetterHelp. I've seen how they can help. You can meet with a licensed therapist, whether you're dealing with decisions around career, relationships, or anything else. Therapy helps you stay connected with Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist. Switch therapists at no additional charge. It's time. That's right. DraftKings Sports. I need to get they can't miss out to start the season.
I can't test that yet. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready.
You're in on the action. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app.
I'm out of range.
And use sandwiches, but there's a better way. Make your bad habits. I'm talking about some weird voodoo or seance or Ouija board and some pervert from the past. We're talking about our sponsor, Fume. And they look at the problem in a different way. Everything in a bad habit is wrong, so instead of a drastic, uncomfortable change, I just remove the bad from your habit. Fume innovated a wood-laminated device that does just that. Instead of electronics, Fume is completely
This is
natural.
addicting.
Instead of vapor, Fume uses flavored air. And instead of harmful chemicals, Fume uses all natural, delicious flavors. You get it. Instead of bad, Fume is good. It's a habit you are free to enjoy and makes replacing your bad habit easy. Join Fume in accelerating humanity's breakup from destructive habits by picking up the Journey Pack today. Right. Head to TryFume and use code. Head to tryfume.com and use code Theo to save
Breathing
10%
trap.
when you get the Journey Pack today.
Aim shot.
Oh my god, man.
Inner focus. Vanish. Resurrection.
The thing is, like, these things you aren't allowed to say, but this is what you are, then that brings the validity back to just being a human saying something, which will bring the validity back to the soapbox.
Yeah. Well, I think we should be open to the opportunities that provides. I mean, I think part of the reason it's complicated, right? Because YouTube, the distribution of video and the ability to store it has really transformed the communication landscape. That's why we can do this. Right?
Yeah.
And it's also, this is a very positive thing, it's taken a lot of the falseness out of one of the things that's happening in this presidential election, which is absolutely revolutionary, and this is going to happen with increasing speed, is that the candidates are turning to the podcast world to deliver their message, to communicate with people directly, right? And there's not a lot of interference with that. YouTube took down my interview with Robert F. Kennedy, which I thought was absolutely unforgivable, given that he's bloody well running for president. You know, and we're so hemmed up about interference with elections from the Russians, which was all a lie, and here's actual interference with an ongoing election. But even having said that, the candidates are making the rounds on the podcast world because they're on the soapbox, it's unscripted, they don't have the questions ahead of time, it's long enough so that you can kind of get a sense of who the person is, and you cut out that television intermediary that turned everyone into, you know, an dim-witted idiot with no memory and a 30-second attention span. So that's a plus. I do think the market for live events is going to become larger and larger because there's going to be a hunger to move away from the virtual into the real world, especially as the virtual does become more and more untrustworthy.
When you talk about guys, yeah, I think so too. I mean, I think you and I are seeing it. We see a lot of people. We're on tour, you know. We see a lot of people that want to come out and just listen to someone speak freely.
Yeah, exactly. Collective experience doing that too.
Yeah, and it's a real experience. You know, you were there. There's no question about it.
Yeah.
When you think about a guy like Jay Jr. To me, I've known him for a long time, right? You know, friends.
Oh yeah.
Before he was running for office, before he put his name in the political hat, he's always been a guy that I admired and hard-working guy. Loved being a father. But, you know, an environmentalist, cares about the environment, right? It's where he started, and he seems like pretty altruistic to me, right? In the sense that he doesn't really have anything to lose. Everybody thought he was a crazy person. You know? So it's like, he doesn't have anybody really to impress. There's nobody in his pocket for sure, because nobody would even get in his pocket. You know what I'm saying? So he came from, he's not working. He's not working for him. You know? But these days it seems like with politics and entertainment, whoever's
I can't use that.
Who's been busy, whoever throws the sharpest spear, a lot of times gets they garner the attention, you know. Do you think that's altruistic? If someone is altruistic, if they even have a chance these days?
That's still the charge. I can't cast that yet. That's isn't ready. That's still the charge.
Well, especially in the long forms, right? You have to actually be able to conduct a civilized dialogue, and you have to have something to say. And you can't rely on talking cliches. You get found out right away. Like I think that YouTube's a complete bloody miracle as long as it stays uncensored. Right? And so far, all things considered, the YouTube platform has been pretty damn reliable. The only time I've ever really run into trouble with it is anything to do with Kennedy. Even his vaccine comments that he was making, he was very happy about. And then also run into trouble with them. Any discussion that's related to the trans-activism world. And, you know, I'm very unhappy about both of those, but they're pretty focal, and I don't think that'll last. I think that's a blip. I think YouTube will maintain itself as a relatively untrammeled platform for free speech. And I also think, you know, Twitter's coming up as a real competitor. Disney Plus is moving in that direction, and he's about the only person that has a big enough platform to challenge YouTube. I mean, Rumble's done a good job. The problem is YouTube has such a hammer on the attention of literally billions of people that it's almost impossible to dislodge. You can move to Rumble, for example, but you'll have an audience that's a fraction of the size.
Yeah, I think that some people know that Google and then YouTube are owned, so a lot of people don't realize that one of the reasons why YouTube is so good is because it has that search engine of Google. So it's like when you're typing into YouTube, they're able to use the same search mechanisms that.
Yeah, it's very reliable. It never falls down. Yeah, like, and it's, YouTube's a complete money. Like we can do what we're doing.
When we first came on, it's one of the first things you said. It was like, look at what we're able to do now.
Oh, yeah.
What we're able to do.
It's a revolution. Online video is a revolution as big as the Gutenberg press, I think, because,
The Gutenberg was what?
It was the first commercial printing press operator in Europe. And so the Gutenberg press people produced the first Bibles that were widely distributed. And that was really what accounted for the spread of literacy. The Chinese had printing presses before that. But in Europe, it's very strange because you have the development or the importation of press technology. So with Gutenberg types, we can now produce books at a fraction of the cost. But you also have this evangelizing frenzy that went along with Protestantism, because the Protestants believed that everybody should have direct access to the Word of God with no intermediation by the church. So you had the technology, this evangelism come together, and so the Gutenberg people and the people who developed presses after that started printing Bibles and distributing them everywhere, which was in some places private technology. It was something severely limited, especially by church authorities who wanted to limit the influence of the Bible. Yeah, but it really is the case. People generally don't know this, is that it was the Protestant fervor for distribution of the Bible that made just Europe, because the Protestants then went everywhere, and they have literally done this with virtually every spoken language. In fact, I think they'll be done by 2050. They translate every language. And what the Protestant missionaries did is, if they came across people with no alphabet, they worked with them to develop an alphabet so that they could print the Bible and distribute it. And literacy was literally brought to the world with the formation of the printing press and Protestant inventions.
For most of these, so a lot of cultures and a lot of just people, a long time ago, the first book they ever learned to read was the Bible.
Well, for the longest period of time, it was the only book. Forever, for hundreds of years, for a good 50 years, even a century perhaps, after the printing press itself was invented, the Bible also, technically speaking, it was also the first book, because there were scrolls and there were other forms of distributed text, but per se, that was a technological revolution as well. And then the printing press brought literacy. But the thing about reading is that most people don't buy books. It's a niche market, especially hardcover nonfiction. A small number of people buy those books, an even smaller number of people read them. That's partly because you can't read when you're driving, and you can't read when you're welding. You can't read when you're plowing, harvesting the field. You can listen. People can listen, then read. Like, I think 20 times more, 50 times more, way more people can listen. And so now, the printing press had the advantage of permanency and duplicatability. Now, video has permanency and duplicatability. So, and there's
I'm out of the That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still still recharging. I can't cast that yet.
And that's going to be an accredited, that'll be an
that need to be done to make the university work. So I think what we're going to do instead is we're going to make sure that our testing and accreditation is extremely close, so that if you want a certificate,
that spell isn't ready yet.
Say the people who are
business just believes that because it's kind of been the practice.
Yeah.
I can't cast that
demonstrate why that's the case. I've done assessment and evaluation for 30 years, and I know how to do it. And I will make sure that you won't get a certificate.
Oh, wait.
Say, from my institution unless you do your stuff. Now, that doesn't mean I'm going to arbitrarily exclude people, but it will mean, if you, so imagine you hire someone with a degree, and you say, well, what does that guarantee the employer? Versus and then you can assume that the person was able to manage their social life well enough so they didn't get drugged out of the bloody place at least, they made some friends and so forth, and you can assume a certain degree of literacy, a certain degree of familiarity with ideas and the ability to communicate, and those are good things to know if you're going to hire.
Oh my god.
That's not just information, textbook information, that they're hiring.
We started this, I've been working with people in the UK, and Europe, Australia, population increase is such that essentially destroying our ecosystem. We're in a crisis if we don't get our climate emissions, our carbon emissions under control within the next 50 years. We're going to hit a tipping point. The planet is going to global boiling.
Why are Paladins so broken, man? Not that I'm fucking complaining about it. I don't even have good gear. My gear's alright. 537. A lot of these guys have way higher gear score than me.
Then they'll use their resources to distribute the idea.
It's in London. It's in London. Get people go.
Come. I'll send you an invitation. Well, that's the next thing. So we've sent out invitations to 1,300 now.
It's too far away. That spell isn't ready. That's still
didn't know how many people would buy tickets. We sold about 7,500 tickets already, so I
I
think
don't know how to do that shit, man.
But I'm going to speak there. So is Douglas Murray. Everyone you know is going to disappear, and like the catastrophes are coming your way. And obviously, societies face apocalyptic circumstances as well. Whole Rome disappears.
That spell
simultaneously claiming that you're saving the planet, and you're not. You're just accruing power to yourself.
That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready. I can't cast that yet. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. I'm out of That's still
isn't a problem that we couldn't solve. We can make the desert blue.
It's too far away. That spell I can't
in the 1960s believed that we would be overpopulated and starving at 4 billion by the year 2000.
Right,
it's too far away. I can't catch that yet. It's still
Oh my God, Blackstone.
We thought he was a genius, and Julian Simon was a genius. And they had him think in the early 1970s, and the bet was this.
I need to get closer. I can't catch that.
He said,
Let's go.
that they're much cheaper. And Aaron paid off Simon in the year 2000. And the same thing has happened since, is that basic commodities have got cheaper and not more expensive. And the reason for that is, so the Malthusian model, which is what Aaron was working on, was based on the idea that biological organisms will multiply uncontrollably until they exceed the carrying capacity of their environment, and then they'll precipitously collapse. And so if you have a petri dish full of agar, which mold will eat, for example, and you put mold in there, the mold will multiply until it eats all the agar, and then it will die. So that's a biological model.
That's still
or the other person in imagination, right? It's virtual. Thought is a virtual extension of you. Okay, so what human beings do is they produce thoughts that multiply, and all the ones that aren't useful die. People don't have thought. And so we've substituted the death of thought for the death of people. What that also means is that because we can transmute our thought and change it abstractly, we can change the manner in which we act.
Still.
So we're not subjected
Ice block. Ice block down. Ice block down.
They're hitting. There's a new company that is this company Spain. They're turning methane gas from like landfills, processing it as energy in the moment, and
DC.
So our vision at ARC is essentially this, is that there isn't a more valuable natural resource than human capacity. There's 8 billion of us, and that means there's 8,000 people out there now working on 1 million. If we could capitalize on our collective intelligence, there's no limit to the problems we can solve. I don't think there's any reason to assume that we could make the future that we all dream of and maintain the environment that we would deem acceptable. I think it's fairly is to purify people into tyrannical submission, to demolish them, because that will have an immediate aftermath. Have the whole goddamn house of cards come.
They can't join our group.
So here's another
demolish the pool.
It's still.
Regeneration counter cell.
They can't do something.
Evasion down.
So if you add any more stress to the system, you knock a bunch of them off. They're no longer able to hold to the side of the cliff, and they just fall down. And you know, the Malthusian types will say, oh, there's too many people on the planet anyways. And I always read that as saying, means you'll
They can't
sacrifice
join
the
our group.
because that's your bloody planet. And I think that is absolutely 100% unconscionable. We should be working to drive energy costs down as low as possible. Now, I think nuclear is a really good option, but we should be using fossil fuels, especially natural gas. Like getting the Indians, the Chinese, the Africans, getting their standard of living up. This is cool too. So if you get people to the point where their income exceeds $5,000 a year per capita, they start taking a long-term view of the future and worrying about environmental concerns locally. So while you imagine you're scrabbling around in the damn dirt, like literally trying to worry about where your next meal is going to come from, you're not really very concerned about environmental maintenance over the next 3 generations. Well, you want this. But as soon as you have enough money so that you're not terrorized by poverty, and so that you can start thinking about the future, immediately you start caring about your local environment. So what that means, I realized this about 15 years ago, it actually means that the fastest way forward to true environmental sustainability is to eradicate absolute poverty. So we get to have our cake and eat it too. That's the sort of thing that I think is an invitation. It's imagine the future is we eradicate poverty. Everything's greener. It's a much better deal than heat growth. You don't have heat in your house, you don't get air conditioning, you don't get to fly, you don't get to have a car, you don't get to crack a joke. You know, you're a bloody curse on the surface of the planet. There should be a lot less of you. It's evil to have children. Your ambition is nothing but part of the bloody patriarchal nightmare. It's like, I don't like that vision. And I think it will bring about the very catastrophe that it's hypothetically designed to mitigate against. And what I would like instead is to offer people a vision. People listen and they say, Jesus, you know, I can get on board with that. I can devote myself to that. That sounds like the kind of future I'd like to have. Voluntarily, right? So I'm hoping people who come to the O2 event, so that's the public part. We'll have about 15,000 people there. We've sold about half the tickets. So if you want tickets, people who are listening, get them because they're going to sell out. And I would also like everybody who comes, I made this program online, a site called selfauthoring.com. It's called the Future Authoring Program. It helps people design a vision for themselves.
Yeah, we've talked about
Yeah, we have. I'd like everybody who comes to the public event to do that. So they can come with a personal vision in hand, and then they can start thinking, well, how can I align my personal vision with this broader national and international vision?
I love that.
We're looking forward to it. We're hoping this will be a beautiful conference, too. We have a lot of musicians coming. We have a lot of artists. It's not political, man. It's motivation.
Yeah.
You know, so
People love that stuff. I think it's really important. You know, I think any place that people can find motivation is really important.
yeah, that's the hallmark of importance. Well, if you're delivering a message and people say, oh my God, you know, I can put that to work in my life and that would make me to get up and get at it, to face all the difficulties that I have to face. People have difficulties
They
to
can't
face.
join our
You
group.
can provide them with the means to do that. That is the definition of value. Nietzsche said, he who has a why can make any how. And so partly what you do in your life is you look for a why that justifies the catastrophe, right? It's like,
Well, yeah, we've talked about that before. We've talked about that. I mean, there's one really interesting thing you told me is like, you have to set, because I was like, sometimes I remember telling you I'm afraid to set my goals because I don't want to have to hold myself responsible.
Yeah.
And you're like, of course, like, you have to set your goals. And also you need to look at what your life would be like if the worst things happen to you. So then you have like something to stay away from. You have like this is not where I want to be. And it gives your brain those parameters, and then your brain starts to operate. If you were just kind of being aimless.
Yeah, well, you can even ask yourself these questions, and you have to ask, which is very interesting. You can't tell yourself this. Here are the problems in my life. You know what I mean?
That's still the charge. That's what
Jesus. My parents.
I need a target.
Variety of fronts.
I can't cast that yet.
It's not just one. You have to ask yourself, okay, given all that, figure my life, knowing that it could justify all that or even sell it.
It's not ready.
I
can't use
It's a very
that.
hard thing to imagine through. It's like, well, I have a very sick child. Okay, well, how do I have to set up my life so that I know it's right? You have to fantasize about that. You have to think, well, you know, so for example,
That's still the charging. That spell isn't ready yet.
she's taking care of her sister.
I can't catch that yet.
It's very, very bloody when she's knocked out. And so my sister-in-law is taking care of her sister, and that's hard work. Things that Tammy and I have done. We don't live there, and so the bulk of the burden has fallen on my sister-in-law. She's a wonderful person. What we try to do with her and her husband is to say we provided them with some support, morally and financially, and part of that is like, look, you don't have to take a break, and you need a 4-day weekend. You don't have to go off with your husband. It's like, you've got this responsibility to shoulder and stuff. Under what circumstances could you do that? At least without bitterness, that would be good. Maybe even joyfully, you know, I mean, that's pushing it, right? That aid, you can do it.
And it gives you, it's like, okay, now you have to plan your so it's aimless.
I can't catch that.
If you yes, the reason they're anxious is because it's not because they don't know which way to go. It's because
I don't have a target.
need too many places to go, right? Every direction. It's aimless. It's just every direction. It's way too complicated.
I can't cast that. That's still the charge.
Okay, so let's say you're willing to play that game. Might be wrong, just who knows? You're going to get run over by a bus tomorrow, but you know, you're going to play the game. Okay,
That's fair. It's too far away.
Relationship. What does it look like? What does it look like when you're experiencing somebody? What does your sex life look like? Do that with your friendships. Drugs and other things. You can move towards it. And I know everyone who knows the underlying neuroscience knows this. Almost all the pleasure is in the movement.
I'm out of range.
So even
That's fair. I can't. That's still
Oh, bro.
end of aimlessness.
The end of aimlessness.
That's the desert in Exodus. When the Egyptians leave Pharaoh, leave tyranny, then everybody thinks, oh my God, we're out of tyranny now.
Oh. So many silences.
She looks back, turns her into a pillar of salt. You don't look when you escape. You don't look back and long to be there. It means you have to develop a new vision.
Right, if you don't develop a new vision, then you or you will. It's because you want to have some organization. Your brain will shut down organization.
Some direction, right? That's right. That's right. You'll take. Here's another rule. This is a terrifying rule. If you don't provide yourself with direction, you will take direction from a tyrant. Right. So, and you might say, well, why should I take responsibility? You ask that. You know, it's like, I'm afraid of my own goals because of the responsibility. It's like, well, you're either going to be responsible to yourself, or you're going to be responsible to a tyrant, or you're going to be absolutely lost. That's
too far away. That's still the choice. I can't.
There's a bunch of people there, Jonathan Paggio, Greg Hurwitz, James Orr, a lot of people that I've met over the years who are super bright, and I thought we would have something interesting to say. So then God shows up, and he's a pillar of fire at night and a pillar of darkness during the day.
That's still recharged. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharged. I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready. I need to get closer. That's still recharging.
That's actually the difficult way for marriage. That's what's supposed to happen in a marriage is this playful tension grows, there's the health development.
Oops.
They want to have a little bit
Fuck.
of,
Please.
see what the neighbors are doing, something like that. Do you feel like in America that we've become, because we're kind of a Christian nation, right? Like people left England because they wanted to have religious freedom. And do you feel like we've kind of become godless over time?
No, I just think we started worshiping false gods. I don't think that you can be godless. I don't think you can be godless the same way you can't be aimless. Look, if you're aimless, you know the old saying, the devil finds work for idle hands. If you're aimless, something will come for you.
You'll be at a whim of whatever.
That's
you don't have.
Okay,
if you're not blowing into your sails, then something else will.
That's for sure. So that's the crucial issue is that people say, well, you don't have to orient yourself towards anything transcendent. Nothing transcendent exists. It's like, yeah, okay. Dispense with that. See what comes along to fill it. And people say, well, the self does. It's now the self. It's like, no, it's not. It's the lowest possible. It's the lowest possible balance of the self. You think, well, I should be able to do what I want whenever I want. It's like, where are you referring to exactly here?
In range.
So you mean if you get angry, you should just go around alone. You should let that possess you. And you should
Oh my God.
That's the core of Mars. That's your God or Venus, right? For example.
Then you'd be looking at pornography. You're just. I think maybe we got some really bad gods right now.
Yes, that's definitely the case.
Berserker range. Earthbind.
This is a very strange those are unified. Something at the top. This is so cool. I'm writing a new book called Be Who Rests with God, and it's explanation.
So, the end of the ring.
Hey man, it's coming along. It'll be in March. So here's how the story works. It's so cool. It's so ridiculously cool. So it's a set of narrative propositions about the highest unifying spirit. Okay, so in the story of Noah, so this is the definition of God. This is the thing to understand. If you're a wise person and you're a good person, so that's Noah. Many times when you have an intuition that tells you that you better prepare because bad times are coming. If you've been clear-headed, far-seeing, if you've conducted yourself properly, it's a spirit you should attend to. That survival itself depends on. intuition, that's God. This is the definition. That's what God is. Okay.
That's what Noah said.
That's what the story of Noah means.
Yes.
Okay. That doesn't.
Because he got the intuition that the flood was coming.
Yeah, right. And the story insists that he was a wise man. So he's no fool who's running around thinking the sky is falling. It's like a wise man looking forward and saying, look, trouble's coming. Prepare.
He's locked in.
Right. Okay. Next story is the story of the Tower of Babel. Okay, so what happens in the Tower of Babel is that men decide to build these, they're called ziggurats, and a ziggurat is a building stretching to heaven. It's a seven-tiered representation of heaven, and the emperors in the area of that time, including the Babylonian Empire, would build these extremely ziggurats, buildings, to show that they were the God. But they weren't God, and so they're false idols, they're false pyramids, they're attempts to stretch up to heaven based on the wrong principle. God in that.
He gave me instruction to get there.
Well, Stalin wasn't God. And neither was Mao. And they built very large pyramids that were very unstable, and they collapsed and killed everyone. Right? And so God in that story is the spirit that punishes those who build false pyramids. Right? There's something that should be at the top, and if you don't put the proper thing at the top, you build a false ideology, a false structure, and everything will come tumbling down. What's so cool in that story, this is so cool. People strive improperly toward heaven, and they do that according to the wrong principles. They end up unable to communicate with each other. That's what's happening in our culture. You see, we can't even agree on what a woman is. I'm not making a joke about this.
Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah, so that means we've been erecting false pyramids. We've fractured so badly we can't agree on what the basic elements of reality are.
And does that usually correct itself, or what happens? Like, because we've never been in this time where we have this like reflective, like.
Two things always happen. Either God decides that he's had enough and everything goes, or everybody puts themselves in sackcloth and ashes and repents and reorients themselves, in which case things regenerate and they move on. That's the standard story. Depends on how. See, what happens in the Exodus story, it's a real good example of this, is that the Pharaoh has put himself on a false pedestal. And the consequence of that is that worse and worse things start to happen in Egypt. That's the sequence of plagues. And each plague gets a little worse. So what happens is that things will just get worse in waves of crisis until we admit to our error and reorient ourselves appropriately. And that can be, so what happens in the Exodus plagues is that, first of all, the whole world comes undone. And then the future is destroyed. That's the last plague. That's the death of the firstborn. Yeah, well, we're doing that already. Like, we're way below replacement in terms of birth rate. In abortion stats, Gavin Newsom tweeted out the other day something about handguns being the prime killer of kids in the U.S. It's like something close to abortion.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, I think I've even paid for one or two, to be honest, man, sadly. Or chipped in on them, I think. Do you think that nature hears that when we do abortions and stuff? Like, do you ever think, like, sometimes I think there's, like, this, like, what is nature thinking the whole time about our behaviors, Like, wonder what, like...
Well, the thing is that we're all punished for what we talk, right? Because the structure that you use to orient yourself in your life is dependent on your values. And you might say, well, if you don't value human life, let's say, above all, but then you don't value yourself above all, you value something else above that, you're going to pay for that in one way or another. Now, you might say, well, that's a price that I think is worth paying, or I don't think that human beings should be put on the top. That's your prerogative. If you pay for it, you will absolutely 100% pay in full for everything that you've done and for everything that you haven't done. I mean, how can it be otherwise? It's like, what are you going to do? Reality isn't going to make itself manifest because of your whim. That's not going to happen.
Yeah.
So, and you can think about that religiously or not. There's no escaping from what is. Right. I'm going to write a chapter soon on the book of Job, and it's a very interesting book, eh? Because what happens in that book is that it's really a shocking book. What happens is that God has a bet with Satan, which is, a little ethically questionable, let's say.
Yeah, it's
So there's Job.
too. I'm just joking, but I mean,
Job's a good guy. Satan gets word of him, and he knows God's happy with him, and he goes to God and he says, Job, that guy you think so great? I don't think he's so great. I think if you let me torture him, I can make him denounce you and lose faith. And God says, I don't think so. He's yours. And people in their lives, sometimes people, they'll enter a period where all hell is breaking loose and everything seems to be conspiring against them. So these things happen. And so Job, it's like, first of all, his whole family's destroyed, then everything he owns. So that's act one. Then Satan curses him with a terrible skin disease.
Yeah, that's tough.
Right. And then he has to sit in the ashes, scraping himself, and then his friends come along and tell him that he must have done something wrong because otherwise the universe would be conspiring against him. So that's about as bad as it gets, right?
Yeah.
Right. And then God himself comes along and says, who are you to complain about your fate? Right now, if you don't think that's going to happen to you in your life, you're not very smart, because that is going to happen to you in your life. So then the question is, what the hell should you do about it? And the answer would be, it sucks. It's God and Satan against you. You're kind of a match. It's completely unfair because you were good, and everything that you valued is taken away from you. So what should you do? You shake your fist at the sky and raise a middle finger and say, I'm on the side of Cain and the devils, and I'm going to be resentful and bitter. And people might look and think, well, it's no wonder you're resentful and bitter. Like you lost your whole family, you have a terrible disease, your friends are laughing at you. Right, so you have every reason. And this is what happens at the start. Job decides that no matter what happens to him, he means that
Where would you like to fly to?
he's going to maintain his ethical orientation and aim up. And I think that's... Then you think, look, man, think about the religious trappings. Here's hell. What's when you get cancer? And then you're bitter and resentful about it. You make your last 6 months to live. And so you might say, well, you've got cancer and that sucks, and no doubt it sucks, and maybe it's unfair, and probably it is, and maybe even, God and Satan themselves bet against you. You're going to aim up and maintain your dignity and your integrity, or are you going to take a bad situation and make it into every goddamn nightmare you can possibly imagine? Well, of course you have to aim up no matter what happens to you. You think, well, that's not fair. It's like, well, it's better than the alternative.
Yeah.
And what does fair have to do with it? What's your choice? Can it dig a deeper pit? Are you going to have some integrity in the face of life's catastrophe? And I think we know the answer to that, because when you meet people who have integrity in the face of catastrophe, you're struck with admiration for it. Yeah, right. So that's your heart speaking, man. It's like, I don't know how you do it. But, I can't help it. I know I have a friend, a very well-known Canadian, and he got into some business trouble about 10 years ago, 15 years ago, and he had a great fortune and a huge business empire, and he lost every bit of it. And then they put him in prison, right? And he lost everything, and he lost almost all of his friends. They put him in prison in Florida, in a rough prison. He wrote a book there, and he got 200 people through high school. Yeah, no kidding.
Chose that was his choice.
Yeah.
Even though it's as bad as it can get, and have some dignity from himself.
Yeah, do some good. Right. And he did. He's still in touch with the people that he got through high school. He said every single person he tutored graduated. No kidding. That's for sure. And surprising.
It's how when people react whenever it's going tough, that's really where you see people.
Yeah, well, and you want to have a vision of yourself in a situation like that too. It's like, maybe you're part of the Christian injunction. We were talking about Christianity earlier. So there's a fundamental Christian injunction is that you pick up your cross and you march uphill. What does that mean? Well, it means that's true for everybody. It's the cross. You're going to suffer when you die. Along the way, the mob is going to come through. People are going to betray you. That's all going to happen to you. And so, how should you react to that? Well, is to be bitter and resentful and worse or to give up. You can do that, and you can make a case for why. Obviously, all that's going to do is make it worse. Or you can think, Jesus, maybe there's enough to me so that I can actually do that voluntarily, and I can do it positively, and I can withstand it. You know, maybe that is the sort of thing you are. Who the hell knows?
Where you really find out who you are. It's scary sometimes to really ask yourself who you are, you know, and the answer
You came from a poverty-stricken background, and you've done well. And, you know, you talked to me about having some trepidation about making your goals conscious and try to realize them. But you pursued success, and you've been successful. What do you think you did right that enabled you to aim for success? And also, you know, my sense is that you've straightened yourself out a lot, and that along with the opportunities, you haven't let the opportunities that have come your way break you down or destroy you, and they could have. They do with lots of people in the entertainment industry.
Yeah.
And you make fun of your past, you know, in a great way. It's extremely hilarious. What do you think you did right that you forward?
I didn't give up on myself, you know. That's kind of a vague statement, I think, in some ways.
Well, why would that be the one that comes to mind first? Like, were you tempted to give up on yourself? Did your environment insist that you should have?
Yeah, I think I probably, part of me waged war against what I thought where I thought society expected me to be.
Yeah. And where did you think society expected you to be?
Probably my lot in life was supposed to be, you know, not successful, maybe not having much opportunity, looked at as a societal liability, maybe. You know, like I felt like I was born into an environment. Wasn't supposed to have success or opportunity, probably, you know, and I was supposed to be okay with that, kind of.
Right. Okay, so why didn't that make you bitter, or did it? And why? And what did you you think that worked that moved you forward beyond that? And why were you able to accept that, even?
Yeah, I think did that help you move on. I think probably make a decision within myself that I was gonna do something different than that.
Do you remember when you decided that? Or was it a sequence of decisions?
I think it was probably a sequence of decisions, and I think it was always there somewhere, you know. But sometimes it was guided by anger.
Yeah. Fair enough.
So it wasn't always guided by like you know, positive energy.
There's a scene in
it was a grudge. It was like I had an enemy, you know, and it was the world.
There's a scene in the Gospels where Christ is being tempted in the desert, and I think I might be putting two stories together, but it doesn't exactly matter. They work together. He says, "Get thee behind me, Satan." I think he actually says that to Peter. Doesn't matter. But it means something very specific. You know, you talked about anger. Anger is an extremely useful emotion. Trump is very good at using it, by the way. You see that in his mugshot. Well, you know, if that's integrated and it's behind you, it's not anger, it's determination. Right. So integrated anger is no longer a vice. It's a hallmark of strength of character. That's the integration of the shadow from the Jungian perspective, right? You can't be happy and nice. That's not good enough. You shouldn't be dominated by anger because it makes you bitter. Force, like anger is a non-trivial force, right? It's a huge biological circuit. Sucker on your side. If it can orient you upward, it makes you unstoppable.
Yeah. I think that was a lot of it for me. I was listening to people. I think that was helpful. You know, I had a brother that was really, really helpful. I have a brother that's really amazing. So that was great. I think over time. He's 2 years older than me.
Is he done?
He's done. He started a tree company that did well, and he got sober, and then he started a family, and then he does his own farms at home, and he's learning about that kind of stuff, like living off the land and stuff. But he's like a child therapist too. He really loves learning about children and
so he was a good model or confident.
He was a great model, especially because we had a kind of traumatic childhood, so he learned about a lot of that in children, and so he was able to kind of help me. So I think that was very helpful. and wanted to do things on my own, just deciding that I really wanted to do things, you know, and starting to surround myself with people that were doing things, you know. I think that was
Yeah, well, that's a useful.
being in the right wake, you know, being in the wake of people that were doing things.
Yeah, well, it's good. You want to be around people that celebrate your successes. You want to be around people that commiserate with your failures without letting you off the hook. You want to be around people that are aiming up, not people that'll drag you back down. You know, this often happens to people who are trying to quit drinking. You know, their friends will tempt them. Sometimes it's a bit of a provocation. It can be playful, but some of the time it's like, what the fuck are you to escape? You know, you get back down here in the mire with us. You think you're better than us, do you?
Greetings.
You know, and a lot of misery comes from that.
I think doing my own thing, I kind of I like charting my own course. I like doing the thing that other people weren't doing. Always like that. I didn't see the odds were better if it was me by myself doing something different than if it were me amongst many doing the same thing. And I felt for some reason that the odds were better. There's no.
Because it was you.
It was just me.
Yeah. Okay. So
if somebody looked over, like, I don't like what this guy's doing, but they knew it was me doing it.
Right.
As opposed to, well, if I look over here and everybody's doing this, I don't even know if this guy's.
Well, that's the other advantage of taking responsibility, you know, because so we talked about Noah and we talked a little bit about Tower of Babel. So one of the next stories in the Old Testament is the story of Abraham. And Abraham has rich parents. And he has the option of just like laying around and eating peeled grapes for the rest of his life, you know, with naked slave women, even paint palm fronds over him.
Yeah.
A voice comes to him and says, "Get the hell out there and have your adventure." And it's not the same situation as you're in because Abraham comes from privilege, but it's the same. Right? It's like Abraham has everything anyone can want. In fact, he's quite old by the time he launches himself out of his nest. And you might say, well, why the hell bother? Because you've already got everything that everyone wants. If you want peeled grapes and, you know, naked slaves waving palm fronds over you. And he goes out and he has quite a cataclysmic adventure. You know, war, death, destruction, famine.
It's not
tyranny,
better.
a whole bloody mess. He has an adventure.
Yeah.
And so what's cool about that story, and this is another way that this unifying spirit is presented, is that God is presented as the spirit that calls you to adventure. That's the definition. Because the question is, what should you put at the top? And what you put at the top is what you follow. By definition.
Yeah.
You know, and you said, well, you had an intuition that you should go and do your own thing. Right? And that it would be okay if that led forward and to success. That's a kind of spirit, right? It's something that calls to you. It's not something you invent. You saw it in your brother. Like other people have it. It's in the world. You know, it's part of the spiritual realm. That's a reasonable way of thinking about it. You can pay attention to it and follow it or not.
It feels like we used to be so much more connected to the spiritual realm when we didn't create this other kind of pseudo-spiritual realm that we have now with like computers and cell phones and stuff. We kind of had this filter between us and like the spiritual realm. It feels like, or this whole other spiritual realm, like this reflective pond, you know, that isn't always really positive. Whenever you and I talked one time, we talked about success and like what that would be like. We were both starting to have some success like 5 years ago whenever we first spoke. And whenever like you look back on, if you look back at success, like or do you feel like there's ways you've handled success well and ways that you haven't handled it well, or that you didn't know that it was, like, have there been some surprises about it? Like, because we've had an interesting experience in life to have some
5 runic leather bracers to complete this shit, man.
publicization, right? It's interesting in how like our ego battles through that. Like, you know, have there been things that you've learned about yourself like through some of that? Because it's an interesting experience. A lot of people don't have it.
I tried to maintain like a stance of amazed gratitude. Tried to be sure that I don't ever take it for granted. Like my wife and I talk a lot while we're on the road. Before every show, really, we try to get our attitude in order. We have music before the shows, and that helps. But the right attitude is, there's 5,000 people here. That's impossible. You're an idiot if you take that for granted. It's so improbable. They've all spent time and money getting here. They've all put in a lot of effort. They're here because they want something good to happen. You're beyond your knees and thankful that this unlikely occurrence is happening. Because you could be walking down the road and people could be throwing stones at you. And that'd be a lot worse. And so, and my wife's been very helpful with that too, because she went through quite a trial in the last few years, and she's pretty damn helpful that she's not, you know, burning in hell. So I think that I was shocked, probably, the magnitude of pain that I saw in the world. You know, I didn't understand how many people there were out there who were essentially dying for lack of an encouraging word. And it's very hard on me, positive in a way, but also very hard to hear thousands of stories of people who would say, I was falling apart 5 years ago. Here's 10 things that were going wrong with my life. I was hopeless, nihilistic, depressed, drug addicted, in jail, on the street, no relationship. You know, what the various hells people can find themselves in. And say, well, you know, I started to try to tell the truth and aim up, and everything got way better, and now my life's put together. And, you know, that's really positive. What's terrible about it is that I didn't know that there was such a lack of encouragement. I didn't know that lack of encouragement was so endemic in our culture. I didn't know how many people were suffering because of that. That's partly why Trump is so popular. You know, like, people feel that Trump is a champion for their disaffected lives. And I think there's some truth to that, to tell you the truth. I think Trump, for whatever else he might be, he obviously can connect with working class people, and that's, you got to look at that. He's got to be doing something. He's doing something that's addressing that problem. And it's a deep problem. It's a terrible problem. You know? And so I did have some trouble swallowing that, let's say. It hurt me.
Was it hard? Like, there was a time when I was having some, like, whenever I was getting more, I get, you know, just more popular to say, because that's probably the way to say it. Like, I started thinking that, like, oh God, like, I have some larger responsibility to God, like, in a way, like that. But that was kind of scary at first, because like, holy shit, this is like a lot of responsibility. I feel like,
yeah.
And it wasn't really like I don't know, it was just scary, like with my own ego. It's like, how do I be careful here not to think that there's something really special about me? It's okay to have some self-worth, and this is helping me have some self-worth, but how do I not let that just fill up my ego cup first?
Yeah, right. Well, I think a huge part of that is gratitude, right? I think that's the antithesis of that, and I think that that's a practice, right? You don't teach yourself.
The following list contains all level 45 supplies for 1850 rep and 15 gold, 40 silver. 15 gold, 40 silver. So,
And then to take that responsibility seriously, you know, one of the things our culture has a real problem with is the idea of privilege. It's like, well, you had all those advantages.
that's so retarded.
So then a question really arises. It's like, well, lots of other people don't have those advantages. Like, why you? And then what the hell are you supposed to do about that? And the answer is, you're supposed to take responsibility.
3, 6.
Opportunities and these advantages, and that means that to balance out the cost
3, 6, 3,
you better do a job
6, 9, 12, 15. You're not profiting. This is so stupid.
You'll start to take it for granted. You'll start hurting people and yourself, and the whole goddamn thing will come tumbling down. So you'll pay for it. So you pay for your privilege by growing ethically. That's what you do. And that enables you also to be successful without being guilty. It's like, you know, because people might say, well, what the hell are you doing with your money or with your opportunities? And if you can say, well, here's 10 things
That's
I'm
stupid.
doing, and if I scour my conscience, those seem like the right 10 things to be doing with all this opportunity, then the guilt mongers can't come along and say, well, you know, who are you to have what you have? We don't want people to be able to say that, because if no one can have anything, then no one can have anything. And that's a recipe for poverty and catastrophe. So,
I gotta do a better job. Or not a better, but I have to. I think I was scared too, like of just like, just scary. Like whenever, if you get popular, it's kind of scary.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You know, it's like,
definitely.
Like I've gone through a lot of social anxiety, like when I'm out around, like there's just like a lot of strange things that happen to you. You're trying to balance and then just still manage your own life at the same time. But yeah, I think that's a good note to make sure that I just have some things in place that I feel like that's what I feel my brain and heart a lot of times. Like, okay, how can we do something positive or something else today? How can I not think about myself?
Well, that's also a really useful technique, by the way, for social anxiety. So if you're feeling social anxiety in a situation, part of the reason for that is because you're thinking about how you're feeling. You should be doing so. Here's something very interesting. If you look at what people say and what they write, and you take the words they use, and you analyze them, and you look at how many times they refer to themselves, the more they refer to themselves, the more likely they are to be depressed or psychotic. Right? You can actually distinguish with 75% accuracy between people who are clinically depressed or clinically psychotic and people who aren't. The number of times they refer to themselves. Literally, the more you think about yourself, the more miserable you are. So what you do if you're in a situation that's social and you get anxious because you start thinking about, you start sweating and you wonder how you're
Oh
looking as
my god.
Like that.
Exactly. And so what you try to do is
Fucking.
switch your attention. It's like, stop. It isn't that you have to stop thinking about yourself, because you can't. If you stop thinking about yourself, you're thinking about yourself and fall into that pit. If what you decide
So this
to
is
do is
definitely better.
pay way more attention to the other person,
That's pretty
and try to
expensive.
make them comfortable, then that social anxiety will disappear right away. Yeah, it's a really good technique. I found too, like, you meet people, I don't know if you've learned to do this or not, but like when people come up to me, say in meet greets and so forth, or on the street, everybody has a tempo. Some people come up quick, some people come up slow. If you match that tempo, you put them at ease right away. That's part of paying it. It's such fun. It creates a bond right away because they notice really unconsciously that you're paying attention to them. It's like a dance. It's like the first step in a dance. I always ask people their name because if they get nervous, well, most people can remember their name.
It's a tough time feeling proud of myself. Yeah. I just wanted to think about that with you for a couple minutes. Yeah, I just have a really tough time feeling genuinely. People are always like, you should feel proud of yourself. It's really tough for me to do that.
Well, pride is a cardinal sin. And there's a reason for that. And there's a reason that pride goes before a fall. And I don't think you should be proud of yourself. I don't think that's the right terminology.
Okay.
And I think that's a place where our culture has really fallen off the rails. It's like, you should be convinced in your heart that you're doing the best you can with what you've been given.
I'm close.
And hopefully that will make you less anxious and it'll make you more hopeful. But you should have the same kind of regard for yourself that you have for someone that you love. And it's not pride. It would be lovely if you could orient your thoughts to yourself so that you allow yourself to be pleased if you thrive. It's not pride. It's a
Say it again. It'd be nice if I
could orient yourself to yourself so you would be pleased if you thrive. Do you imagine you have a son? You want your son to
Oh my god.
Well, that's it. Well, that's the attitude you should have towards yourself.
What the fuck is this number? What?
Your son goes out and plays a soccer game.
That's so stupid.
You don't want him to be arrogant and prideful, and you don't want him to be the star at everyone else's expense.
Yeah.
You want him to do well when he deserves to do well, and you want him to deserve to do well. That's the attitude you should have towards yourself. It's like you should set yourself up so that if things are good for you, that's
So much gold in
now,
man.
you should be grateful about that, right? And you should be amazed that it's happening, given how many things can go wrong. You should allow yourself the luxury of success, right?
P10.
You should also, for everyone else, it's like, well, we could set up the world so that we had life more abundant, that everyone was successful, and we should treat ourselves as if the sorts of creatures for whom success is acceptable. We do have doubts about that because everyone, well, we're flawed deeply, we're mortal and we're vulnerable, and we're subject to suffering and we're ignorant and we make mistakes. It's easy to think that a creature like that deserves nothing but, say, unending punishment and misery. I think you give yourself the benefit of the doubt, like you do someone you love, and if success comes along, you say, well, I'm so grateful for this, and I hope I can take the opportunity to make proper use of it, and you let yourself obligated to torture yourself beyond whatever is necessary to help you learn. Right? And if you can drop that and you can accept, you know, it's also the case, look, man, you're going to have rough times. They're coming. They're always coming. And if you're having a okay time now, and you think, okay, I'll just use this to recoup advantageously, and I'll accept it in good graces without thinking that somehow I'm special and deserving. But gratitude's an excellent practice, man. It's the opposite of arrogance and resentment. I think it's a great thing to become an expert at. And I think that you can allow yourself happiness if you're grateful.
There's something in, thank you for that. Thanks for the suggestion, Jay. That's good for a lot of people to hear. There's something inside of us, like you always want to make your father proud. Like there's something inside of a man, right? My father's been dead for probably 20 years, but I always want to make him proud. I can feel it almost as real as it is. Right?
Well, that's a better
What is that?
I would say. Well,
why is that tether so like?
There's no difference between the spirit of your fathers and God. It's the same thing. I think, strip it of religious significance for now. The spirit of the forefathers, that's God. And you have a responsibility that you're a historical creature. You have a destiny. It's necessary for you to it's necessary for you to follow a certain pathway. It's necessary for you to align yourself with the spirit that drove mankind forward. Right? That's the spirit of the fathers. Yes. If your father loved you, he's the outflowing of that spirit, and you are responsible to it, or you're responsible to something else, man. So it's a good instinct. It's a good instinct. You know, one of the things Carl Jung pointed out so brilliant. You know, he said, you don't want to confuse your father with God. You want to detach the idea of God from your father and of your specific father. You want to see your father as an exemplar. The love that you got from your father as an exemplar of something like a proper transcendent relationship. Because that also takes you away from being just the son of your father, because you risk not growing up then, right? If you're under his thumb, if you're always looking for his approval.
I could get this. It's got a faster attack speed, more DPS.
And you do that by separating out the spirit, so that you're beholden to something that's above all men, right? But still real. It's like the essence of. It's the essence. That's another way that you can conceptualize God is the essence of paternal love. So it's the same thing like any fathers love their son, right? So that love isn't specific to any given relationship. You could extract it. Spirit is part of what's always being considered. That's the patriarchal aspect of God. That's a good way of thinking about it.
I think it's thanks so much, man. Nice to see you, man. Nice to catch up. Sorry you're being witch hunted by your own country.
I don't want to spit on that gold.
It's also exciting, that kind of.
We're gonna make the best of it, and so we'll see how it goes. It's always good to see you. I'm hoping I can see you the next time you come to Toronto. I want to go see one of your shows. I thought your last Netflix special, man, Tammy and I were. So we come from a pretty rough area of northern Alberta. We were just cracking up, man. You're a great storyteller. And it's done wonderful things with the strange things you experienced. It really cracked me up.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Well, it's been nice to be here in your country. I love Canada. Yeah, I want to come back and do your shit and do your podcast, please.
Great.
Yeah, I'm going to do that soon.
Great. Yeah, well, I'd like to walk through your life. That'd be fun. I mean, horrible, obviously.
Yeah, no, it'd be good. I think it'd be exciting.
Yeah, I think
and man, I'll donate to your law camp. I know you guys are doing a GoFundMe, right? For
oh yeah. Well, I wanted
it's gonna be really expensive.
It's unbelievably expensive. Yeah, and I mean, I'm not particularly concerned about that. Although I feel that I can go no holds barred without giving any consideration other than what's necessary, because I'm probably going to have to take this straight to the Supreme Court. But I also, there are lots of other people in Canada who are
To maintain our link to the mainland, we have hippogriffs constantly flying between Rutherford Village and Darkshore.
So we'll see how that goes. So
set some precedent.
it's the plan.
Yeah. your contributions to all of us, just as young men, and thank you for your time today. We appreciate it.
Hey, man, it's always a pleasure talking to you. You're looking great, by the way.
You too, man. Sure.
Yeah,
I wonder if I should do ring or if I should do trinket. I think trinket would be overall better. Because I'll be getting hit and crit versus... Increase your chance to hit all spells and attacks by 1%. My attack power goes up, but this improves your chance to get a critical strike with all spells and attacks by 1%. Improves your chance to hit with all spells and attacks by. Yeah, I think the breath of the dying trinket is better. You mark a chosen school with 2% chance. It's not guaranteed. Yeah. Yeah. The question is, what's better out of these two, right? Because we know that the trinket and the ring's better from the vendor we're about to go to. So I'd rather get crit and hit. That's actually pretty good for me. So we're gonna do that. We'll do the trinket, and this thing is going bye-bye. Yep, we're gonna do that, and then yeah, I mean, fucking getting there. I definitely like this build more than definitely like it more than whatchamaffuck. I feel like seal twisting is a fucking waste. You know, I want to use Sacred Shield, but I feel like Guarded by the Light is just so good. I don't know, maybe Sacred Shield is good in PvP for sure, but I don't know. I'm gonna have to do some testing because, yeah, I don't know. I feel like I feel like the Sacred Shield is better for 1v1s, and this is better for all else PvP. That's what I feel like. Because mana is so important. Especially for group play. Like, you just need mana. Bro, this has got to be insane with this build, though, for PvP. Dude, I don't know if I want to run improved hammer over hammer right. I feel like this just does so much damage. And imagine if I had fanaticism on with it for PvP. Oh, I low-key, I feel like the PvP build would be, what I'm wearing now, the only thing I would swap out would be fanaticism. I feel like Sacred Shield is... Nah, if I'm doing 1v1s in Sacred Shield, but group PvP of any kind, and yeah, yep, that's just my opinion. So we got PvP going on over here? I hope so. We'll fuck some bitches up. Yo, dog. Dude, even single targeted slaps. Like, what?
It's too far. That's it's too far away. I can't. That's still the charge. I can't. That spell isn't ready.
God, Shaman is so busted.
I can't. That's still the charge.
Your class is broken. To be fair, I'm in PvE build, but still, I shouldn't. Where am I? Where's my res? Where am I? Hello? I have no idea where I'm at. Oh, actually, low key worth. Low key worth. Thanks, Shaman.
I can't cast that yet.
Low key worth. No, I can't play shit. Wait, am I fucked? Don't knock me off my mount. The vendor over here is kind of fucking troll, though. Wonder why they did that. Bro, what? Huge. It's so cringe. It's so cringe. Whenever I do want to do world PvP, I run into like counters only, like hard counters, like Shaman. Like, it's actually disgusting how hard this class counters Paladin. They're better in both PvE and PvP than Paladin. It's so stupid. Against Paladin specifically. It's also troll that I have to go so far to this fucking vendor. Oh, should I be an asshole? Wait, no, I can't. We're on a mission. Don't gank me. Fucking assholes, man. Where am I? Ooh, worth. Thank you. Is there a repair vendor over here? Are people selling portals here?
Hello, man.
Hello, man. We're here for the trinket, I guess. That's what we decided on, right? How much do I have? I have 18 of these bitches. Oh, yeah, the boots are good, too. Oh, shit. The boots are really fucking good, actually. Wait a tick. I'm 15, huh? I might do the fucking boots. That's a big fucking upgrade. What is this? Yeah, I think the yeah, the boots. Fuck it. Bye bye now. Can I sell to you?
Hey there.
Oh, fucking bet. Alright, nice. Cool. Alright, going to bed.